streaming. I'm just gonna throw that right there because why not? All right. All right. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and open up Tabletop Simulator, and pray to God I still have this one fucking thing I have. Alright. Deleting so many tabs when I was setting up my VR shit. Here we go. So everyone's got their shit, I presume?
Yep. Yeah, I have Gregory.
Yep.
I don't remember Gregory's voice, so we're just gonna...
Well, a lot of this is just going to be theater of illusion, so bear with me here, because I don't have any maps for this. And I'm going to see if I can at least set some up in the meanwhile. So the adventure starts with the acquisition of a contract. Whether you receive
gonna invite me to tabletop or
me starts thing, you interrupts.
Hey man, sorry, but you know how my brain works.
One track mind.
Now, you ever get sick and your ear feels clogged when it isn't?
Wait a minute, hold up. Something just clicked in my head for a moment.
What?
If Jimmy cracked corn and nobody cares, why does he keep doing it again?
Jimmy's trying to get somebody to care.
Oh my God! I still have the model.
What?
Where is it?
Is it Gregory?
No, save object. Yes.
Unfortunately, I don't have a model for Creamhill. Pyro, you think you could help me out?
I genuinely don't know. Because I don't use Hero Forge.
I am the Hero Forge expert.
No, I mean just like give me a model here.
All
right. We still need to do Creamhill, her model.
It will happen in due time, Kana. Hey, Pyro, your game's open to the public.
It shouldn't be.
Well, explain how I just joined without an invite link.
Because I had it open to friends.
I got kicked from the lobby, you ass.
Because I closed the lobby.
Oh.
So I'm gonna. This is a thing that I often run that apparently kickstarts to be a campaign. Oftentimes, like I have a thing with Joe, Daniel, and a couple other friends that I have a campaign. This has started off as like I started this and they wanted to continue the story because they thought it was interesting and it became a whole thing. So the adventure starts with the acquisition of a contract. Whether you have received it from a job board, referred by a common friend, or have been given it by a superior officer, you require a letter from a mayor of a small town only about a day or two's ride away by the name of Edgewood. The mayor, Mr. Kinsby, describes that a startling number of cattle have been going missing recently. A rather small town, and if the amount of missing farm animal continues, like it has been, and continues to escalate, they fear for their very livelihood. The party is told to go to the Shepherd and Mug Inn, where Mr. Kinsby takes all of his meals. In turn for their help, the mayor promises a great reward as well as his undying gratitude. As you review your letter, it doesn't really mention exactly what this great reward is in hand. But the promise of great treasure, you eventually hire a coach individually and set off for Edgewood. The ride is rather pretty, and although very uneventful. You gather together and pretty much just hop on a board and in due time you each will gather on the same coach, as this singular coach appears to be the equivalent of like a train system or public transportation. People come and go, people hop on, people hop off, and there comes a point in time where the both of you hop on. And Gregory, you notice that this particular individual across from you is looking at the same letter that you had and is just rereading it a few times, and they're kind of just like pretty much brushing up on it to make sure that they're understanding it clearly.
What does Creamhead look like?
Thankfully, Maki did some stuff of her. It's incomplete though.
Well, give it like a very basic so that they at least have an aid to visualize with.
Well, Creamhild has pale white skin. She has peppermint designs on her cheeks. She has a chef's uniform with a rainbow with like a blue coat of candy, a rainbow fluff coat that she uses for like icing and stuff. She she has a large cauldron she carries with her, like a mortar, you know. And she has a gummy owl bear and a peppermint staff. And her hair is rainbow colored.
Gregory's just sat looking like, what the fuck? He wants to say something, but he's not sure what this creature is and how to specifically be racist to them. So, what exact? That's not Gregory. Hold on. So, what exactly are you there? Some kind of clown chef from Rainbow Land?
Nah, she's explicitly from Candyland board game.
No,
no, we can't have another one of my characters hear the voices, Pyro. No. I have to fight the urge to talk back to you as Gregory. Also, once again, can I get an invite?
so
What?
I mean, sure, if you want. Here you go.
So
I just wanna-
Creamhill just looks up and she's like, I'm complicated.
So they call for you too, calling for weirdos.
The loss of cattle and livestock proves just as hazardous to me as it does to them. Without milk, I can't make the cream.
My boss just sent me, considering I got the most penchant for destruction, and most others like to create. Well, I like to create to destroy.
The moment when you just realize I could just recycle the same map that I've been using for every time I fucking run this module.
Can I get mods so I can spawn in Craigery?
Sure, once I'm done loading in the map.
The hell is this thing?
This is the literal base table.
No.
So anything on it, I don't know. I don't take responsibility for.
Also,
Myra, why is there lots of porn back here?
Again, I hold no responsibility.
I can't see nothing. Perhaps that's for the best.
Heard.
There's no porn.
They would like there to be.
No.
She, you know my pronouns. Also, no, not in this. Not with you guys.
Well, you know what they say, sharing is caring.
Disagree.
Ja. Gasbuslash gesuited Horton, Kieferschen, gesloga back a second Horton.
Alright,
Horton here's a
where
lying ass bitch. That's all I hear. Alright, so anyway. Are we done
Did
doing
you just-
introductions?
Oh, by the way, so Craigery, as you see, Kana, is a tiefling of he's roughly average height, standing at about 5'10". He's got, I gotta zoom in on Craigery real quick. He has orange semi-glowing eyes. I can't tell what color his hair is because of Hero Forge. Or not because of Hero Forge, because of the lighting of Pyro's table.
And God said, let there be light.
And Creamhill's like, oh, and this is Adalbert. He's my companion.
What the hell is that? Just looks like some kind of... Craigery has purple hair, that's right. Oh yeah, he also has a purple handlebar mustache, but not just any style of handlebar mustache. He's got like the cartoon villain one that does a couple of loops. For some reason his teeth are also orange.
Wow, your whiplash is awfully snidely.
He Jesus Christ. Unlike my other infernal characters, he has a normal length tail that is proportional to his body. But like my others, for some reason his ends in a white tip. I don't know why I do that. He's wearing a black leather half lab coat. It doesn't come down all the way for a lab coat, but it buttons up just like one. He's got thick leather gloves on, blue jeans, and a pair of heavily made leather boots. Like, they're designed to keep acid off your feet. Not strong acids, but some you would use to clean things off of other things. Dead things off of metal things. He has 2 pouches on his side, a backpack, and on one hip he has a monkey wrench strapped to his hip.
Also, like she's like, I made Adalbert.
Uh-huh. You're a strange one, ain't you?
As I said, I'm complicated.
Forgot Gregory's the only character that's speaking as kinda hurts my voice.
So, as you guys continue to go back and forth interacting, um, eventually you will come to the point of some kind of like town gate. And it is now revealed that Edgewood is a town whose name holds to be true. As you pretty much can see woods as long as the eyes can see, and longing as far as you can actually like remember. You've been in the middle of the woods just going on for a decent while until you pretty much come to the edge of the woods to where there's actually a riverbank and there is town. The town itself, from the letter description, for like a little like the letter came with like a little brochure, pretty much like brush your history up on the town, and it labels itself to have serviced the new Old Wood lumber camp and acts as a hub for all the local farms. It has the basics for any town. It has an inn, a blacksmith, a church, and all that goody stuff. And the largest buildings are the inn and the large furniture shop called Wouldn't It Be Nice?
Ha!
Wouldn't it be nice we get together? Okay, I'll stop. The town is mostly human, with a smattering of halflings and a few others, a couple elves here and there. Its buildings are simple, half timber, and a few people in the streets seem rather friendly, though calm and cautious of the stranger races that have just strolled into town. As you get off, you find your way to the Shepherd and Mug, as it's a rather small inn, and entering in, you can see that it is ran by a halfling, appearing middle-aged, pretty tall for a halfling. You could mistaken her for a human, besides the fact that she'd be a rather short human, but is rather tall for a halfling.
You a very large midget.
Attack of the giant leprechaun.
Everyone just ignores my
Yes.
Asif movie reference.
Well,
so what do you wish to do?
The first thing Gregory's gonna do is say exactly what he just said to her.
And female's like, pardon this one, he's rude.
I never said I'm with you. Don't speak for me.
We've come to offer aid.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for you, you've rolled into the wrong part of town, because, I don't think we need it.
What the fuck you mean you don't need it? I got a letter here.
Gregory hands her the letter. Request letters for no. Oh, that's good. Okay, you're looking for him. She'll point to a rather wide man sitting over at one of the tables. Looking over, you see in.
Is that you bastard? I want Zaza back.
Zaza is not here. Go away.
You hear shouting from a fucking barrel in the corner.
Gregory rushes to the barrel. He's gonna pull his fat lizard folk out of the barrel.
No, put me back. I'm in the middle of playing charades.
Oh God, Gregory is a worst person.
Gregory is a whore. Quote that.
No.
So the man that the innkeeper points out appears to be in his late 40s, early 50s, and is dressed very plainly. Without direction, you'd be pretty hard pressed to see he wasn't just another farmer.
So, like, Creamhild, while she walks over, she just casually, like, creates a iced Madeline
Okay.
That's a dessert.
Gregory's gonna casually walk up to this man. Because I've made Gregory Southern for some reason, I imagine his boots have spurs on them. He's just gonna walk up casually, making sure his spurs jingle real loud. Like, he doesn't even ride a horse. He just has spurs for kicking people.
So, as you approach him, you see he's currently in the middle of eating a meal. He'll look over to you and just swallow what's in his mouth. Hello. Is there anything I can help you two with?
Gregory
Yes.
presents a letter.
We were told that we were called in.
Oh, yes. And he sets his silverware down and he kind of like adjusts himself. He brushes his hands off on the napkin that's around his neck. You do see that he does have a rather strange necklace around his neck that's probably older than him. If you guys want, you can roll religion, but don't have to.
Gregory is definitely going to have disadvantage on the religion.
So Creamhild, who is, I think she's a little more astute in that.
Oh no, Gregory has disadvantage for reasons of Gregory is cocky and what plot? Yeah, Gregory would like to replace the gods with only himself.
So let's see. I'm gonna roll.
I am not the one. I am the one who knocks. I am the danger.
Yeah,
I am the one who Christmases.
That's exactly what Gregory is. The danger, not the one who Christmases.
All right, rolling the d20.
Bro, I was watching a video the other day, and not earlier, but earlier today, about like how to spice up dragons for your TTRPG sessions. And they were going over like, okay, if you guys aren't familiar with the dragons, here's a debrief. And then they were going about how like, oh, their scales reflect their breath weapons. How like blue breathes lightning, black breathes acid, red breathes fire, green breathes poison, and white breathes Christmas.
What? Okay.
It caught me so off guard.
No, white has a mega pint of cocaine.
Jesus fuck.
Anyways, Gregory got a 16.
Okay.
She got a 17 plus 3.
So, Grimhild will recognize that this symbol is for an ancient order who guarded the physical deities a long time ago. What's it doing here, being that this order has been, as far as you're aware, extinct?
And she's like, can I interest you in dessert? That's a mighty fine trinket you have there.
Mm.
What does Gregory notice?
It just looks like a fancy sigil.
So, what? That your cult or something?
And
No thanks, buddy. I'm already in one. Science.
Creamhill just says, "Can I interest you in dessert? That's a mighty fine trinket you have there. As far as I've heard, that was disbanded a long time ago."
I wouldn't know. As far as I'm concerned, this was my great-great-great-grandfather's that has slowly passed down the generations and on to me, that I will give to my son if and when.
Well, I am one for tradition. I come from a long line of chefs. And
No.
she's like, and she manages to. She does this. Can I roll sleight of hand here?
Why?
Because what she's going to do is she's going to do a little magic trick where she materializes 3 Madeleines in her hand, like a magician doing it with a card trick.
Make me an Arcana check, actually.
Oh, I didn't know what to roll for it.
That's why you usually ask before you assume the roll.
Gregory's actually expert in Arcana.
And she's basically just like being nice and offering dessert since he was just eating. This is kind of what she excels at, is offering food. Oh, dang it. Fell again. Oh, no, you don't. Hold on. The dice we got pork bellies falling.
What?
That's what I say when I lose any small items. So I say when I lose any small items like coins or dice, I just say pork bellies are falling.
That's interesting.
All right, let me try that again.
The chaos this would bring.
What?
I just casually rolled on a, no, I shouldn't say roll. I stumbled upon a table that is rolls to alarm your players, and it's a D12 table, and it says roll. If you rolled a 1, it'd be roll a D10, look down, and say oof.
13 plus 3.
You should send me that. That's kind of funny.
13 plus 3.
Okay. So yeah, look at the rest. You manifest, and
She's like, I'm an expert at delicious desserts. Want some?
I've still got quite the way on my own dinner that I have to get going on first. Don't want it to spoil. However,
True.
on the topic at hand, as you clearly have read, I greatly appreciate your help, and with that comes reward. Now, we've had quite a disappearance in livestock. Lots of reports have been, and just paperwork have been piling up on my desk that simply something, we don't even know what, has just been going after our livestock, and just day by day, night by night, the numbers of livestock we have are just dwindling, very more and more and more. The latest reports we had is from Mr. Bernie Quince. He's one of our farmers by the tree line. And he's been hit the hardest, he believes a lot of things. But lately, there's lots of word that it could be a possible goblin raid or a wolf pack. He's certainly no expert nor than I. Some are even saying the ghosts at the lumber camp have something to do with it.
And she's like, I understand. The absence of livestock has hit me hard too. Without the presence of cream, I can't make my sweets.
I believe you're mistaking livestock with cattle.
Still, you can use goat's milk just the same.
I wouldn't know. Not my cup of tea, so to speak. But either way.
She's like,
goat's milk tastes pretty gross. Actually, wait a minute. What the fuck's milk?
and she's like, regardless, I understand the direness of the situation. I'd be more than willing to help. Where do I start?
Well, as I have mentioned, Mr. Bernie Quince down by the tree line has been hit the hardest and is the most recent.
Well,
he might be able to hold some kind of answers that might be able to point you into some kind of lead, for lack of a better term.
And she's like, very well, we'll start there.
So, exiting the Shepherd in the Mug, You follow his directions to the tree line to where he was directed. And that house. So as you approach it, you see a worn sign reading Quint that points to his trail that leads to his house with a barn kind of mailbox. It's his mailbox, but it's in the shape of a barn, like it was a custom handmade mailbox. And the main road turns into a small dirt road lined with fields of scattered sheep reined by the fences, to which will then lead to a rather small house and a barn that will have almost like an apple orchard sign that says Quint Estates.
And she's like, I could use some of these for ingredients with permission. And she's like, not you.
Now what the hell?
And she's like, I don't use animals. Strictly dessert.
I use animals. Gregory Wait a minute, what does Gregory have for weapons?
No. Do not hurt the sheep. Do not hurt the sheep. Do not hurt the sheep.
Yes. Gregory's 2 hand axes, both
Don't
with
do it, man. You're gonna make me cry. Don't do it, man. You're gonna make me cry. I love sheep.
Gregory reaches into his bag and pulls out 2 hand axes and just starts juggling them. You think I fucking kill? You weird ass looking motherfucker.
And she's like,
I've dissected people while they're still alive. I ain't afraid to kill a sheep in front of some freak.
And Creamhild's like, back when I was serving dessert, somebody tried to pickpocket my wares. I turned his leg into a chocolate truffle.
Try that on me, and you'll be down the business end of one of my experimental weapons faster than you could imagine.
And she's
Trust me, I know things that can ignite gelatinous creatures like your owl bear there in seconds.
And she's like, he doesn't feel pain.
No, but I'm sure its creator would when seeing it burning.
Oh, don't worry. I can fix him.
Can you fix him?
A lot of women have said that, but anyway.
And she's like,
no women have ever said that to Gregory. In fact, Gregory doesn't even understand the concept of sexuality. Gregory...
I thought you were going to say you don't understand the concept of women. I was going to say I don't think anyone does.
Gregory doesn't know what women are. No, he does.
So Creamhild's like...
His least favorite coworker is one. However, his most favorite coworker is also a woman.
So Creamhild's like, point is, I don't tolerate disloyalty.
We're not in the same team, you and I. We were merely hired for the same activity adjacently. We are competitive. We are competing benefactors to this.
And she's like, anyway, let us get a move on. I certainly wouldn't want to be out here after dark.
Well, in front of you still holds the Quint Estates. You see the house and you see the barn.
So she goes up to knock on the door.
By the way, just so we have some to represent Kana, I'm going to spawn in Trixie.
Okay.
Why is the Trixie model the same size as Gregory? Gregory's not that tall.
I can't even see the stream.
I'm just only now pulling it up. Give me a sec.
I downsized the Gregory one or the Trixie one a little bit because Creamheld's shorter than 5'10", right?
Yeah. And she just politely knocks on the door.
Okay. So
Gregory
you go ahead.
the door. No.
So as you give a knock, a human woman appearing in her mid-30,
Two fucking freaks standing at her door.
pokes her head out, and she'll immediately just beam with hospitality. It's like, "Oh, hello, dearies. Come on inside. Come in. Excuse me a moment. Let me go find Bernie."
And she's like, "What a lovely home you have."
You got company!
And she's like, "Reminds me of the grandmom."
Eventually, a little rugged old man with a cane. He starts walking over, and he's leading with his son. Appears to be maybe in his teens. Oi! Oh! Expect you're part of some sort of fancy guard people that have come to claim my sheep?
No, but I must say I do love sheep.
No,
I have come to offer aid for the livestock crisis.
Oh, you're part of that. Okay. So,
I'm separately engaged from this individual, but at the current time we are gathering information in tandem.
well, you guys are gonna want to take a look at this. Come with me. He turns around and he starts heading out into his fields.
Gregory's gonna follow.
Sir, I'll have you know, I'm no stranger to small combats. I've taken down a few goblins in my time. You know, a good old sword and axe, and just hey-ya, and just off with their head. You know what I mean? But this is not goblins. In fact, I don't even think these are fire cats.
The hell's a fire cat? I know what a goblin is. I ain't dissected a fire cat yet.
Imagine a tiger, but it's literally fire breathing.
Oh, just a flame breathing tiger?
Pretty much.
That
And she's
sounds
like,
kind of lame.
she's like, do you have any clues which could help us to identify this?
Do I have any clues? Well, what you make of this? And he'll guide you to a part of his field that is a rather good chunk of charred bit of land with the hind of a leg cow and what seems to be 3 other small bodies.
Ira, what is a leg cow?
Leg of cow.
Okay.
And so Creamhild's going to she's going to look around for any kind of clues or any kind of ways she can figure out what's going on.
Well, you have the charred bit of land. You have the hind leg of a cow and what looks to be 3 small bodies.
I mean, she's investigating the bodies for any kind of identifying wounds that might lead to an identification.
Gregory's going to investigate the hind leg of the cow.
Both of you make me a medicine.
Medicine. I feel like I should have spec'd Gregory into that some, considering he's supposed to be a dangerous sociopath who dissects people, but you know.
You only needed to roll 1 dice.
18 plus 6.
18?
Gregory got an... Okay, what is 8? 8 plus 2. Gregory got a 10. Gregory suddenly realizes he's more familiar with bipedal anatomy.
So so you got an 18 plus 6?
Yeah.
So Gregory will look at these, and then we'll
No, he's looking at the leg.
It's most certainly a cow leg. Beyond that, you're not really all that sure.
Hold on, wait a minute. Hey, you trade. You're more familiar with livestock, right?
And she's like, indeed.
All right, let's trade. I'm more familiar with those kind of creatures. Let's trade.
But still, I should at least look first before I switch.
I didn't say we couldn't share information.
And she's like, so what do we get here?
All right, so with your 24, you look at the 3 small corpses and the leg, and it kneel down. You start like using your staff to kind of like prod it around and like move it around without touching it physically, and it's certainly a cow leg. But the one thing that's very off is the fact it looks like it had been not left behind, but more ripped off. Something with large claws that is very much strong enough to rip this apart like you could with a chicken leg.
And she's like, there's an apex predator in these parts.
All right, hold on. I'm going to look at the bodies now.
So with your 10 medicine, you're pretty sure those are goblins.
My 10 can I re-roll for the goblins with like investigation or something?
I mean, you can try.
But yeah, she's like, this is the work of an apex predator.
Nah, that in a small town like this, that's malarkey.
Hey, yo, Pyra, remember how you said I could re-roll? I got 26.
Huh?
Natural.
Well, as you you see them as like goblins, and you're looking down at them. It's like, last I knew, goblins don't look like this. So you take off your imaginary glasses and just kind of clean the lens and put these imaginary glasses back on.
Gregory and then has invisible glasses confirmed.
No, like the idea, the analogy of like how you take off your glasses.
Yeah, I was.
And
just
suddenly you see better.
Yeah, I know. I was making a joke that Gregory, being Gregory, for some reason has invisible glasses.
Now that's what I call skepticals.
Anyway, you look down and you're like, oh wait, these aren't goblins. These are scattered body parts.
Huh.
She's like,
so these ain't goblins.
Something big was here.
Something this is
powerful.
Nah, in a small town like this, that's malarkey. There's no way. After all, no one's seen anything bigger than a wolf in damn near a couple hundred years.
Well, I hate to say it, but these ain't goblins. This is multiple bodies arranged. And pieces of multiple bodies.
She's like,
or, as I've already deducted myself, pieces of the same body.
And she's like, I know.
So much chaos. Well, good God.
I know a few things about.
Hold on, Pyro had to mute.
The dogs decided they wanted to have a dance party right behind me. Alright. So anyway.
So yeah, she says, I know a few things about apex predators. Back where I came from, there was a forest that was terrorized by a rimmer raspberry.
Not sure what that is, but
That
okay.
sounds like some I haven't encountered, some I haven't studied, and some I haven't dissected yet. Anyways.
Either way, most of these apex predators that could possibly do this amount of damage, especially that scorch mark, don't exactly, something larger than just a band of goblins. And anything that could do that kind of damage hasn't been seen for damn near 100 years, maybe more. And they don't exactly keep to themselves, so...
I got one thing to say to you. If this was one body, why are there 4 sets of hands?
Where do you see hands? All I see are legs and chunks of a cow.
And she's like...
Wait, is it?
She's like...
Is it just legs, Pyro?
So it pretty much looks like as if, like a cow was standing still, and then it just got hurled with a fireball so powerful that it went through the cow and then just body parts splattered.
Okay, because I was looking at the small bodies.
And she's like...
It looks to be 3 small bodies.
Ah.
She says, "I'm on. We'll get on it. Whatever this is, it won't be terrorizing your livestock anymore." She says, "Adalbert, collect it." So she's having Adalbert collect the scent of this thing.
Okay, it just sniffs it.
It's a gummy owlbear. Can't it even smell?
She used it. She used it like a bloodhound once.
Yeah, so it just sniffs the blood and just sniffs it.
It's like got a scent. This thing must have been a bloody mess.
Can Gregory look for any tracks?
You can either make me perception or a survival.
Which one's higher? Let's find out. I'm gonna make you a perception check.
Okay.
That is an 8. Gregory, you bastard.
As far as you can see, the only part that looks maybe remotely out of place is where exactly the scorch mark is, and it seems rather... It seems more of like a line than it is a blast.
So I rolled for it, and
Gregory's gonna look at the scorch mark some.
I rolled a nat. I rolled a nat 20 with +3.
So you're saying what, Tori?
I was saying Gregory's gonna look at the scorch mark some more.
Yeah. So as you look at it, the way that the body is just straight obliterated versus what you can guess to be the trajectory of the scorch mark, they're almost parallel with each other.
Uh-huh.
So instead of the scorch mark being the cause of the body destruction, but more next to it going parallel with it.
So I don't think that scorch mark's related to what killed this creature, or killed this cow and whatever else those other body parts may be. I'm not sure what exactly, but I think they're related, but not in the way we think they are. Because the scorch mark here is parallel, and looking at it, it's not circular or even squarish or any other shape a blast might be. Look at it. It goes in a line. Why would a blast mark go out in a line like that? And it's too even to be a blast mark. If it were a lie.
And Creamhead looks at it, and I rolled a nat 20. And this is survival or perception?
Yeah, so pick one.
Let's go with survival because I got a +6 in that. It was a nat 20.
So as you're looking at the scorch mark, you notice off in the distance in your peripheral vision, you can see broken tree branches on the top of the trees to the north.
And she's like, look at this. And she like runs over. It's like, look at these branches. Whoever did this was big.
Oh. Gregory, not being short, walks behind her.
So as you look at the tree branches more, it looks as if whatever had done it has done away with caution. It was trying to get into the woods quickly.
I suggest we follow this trail, seeing it as it had no intention of remaining hidden.
Huh. That doesn't seem like a horrible idea, but first I'd like to see about some. First, I'd like to see what kind of weapons you got, 'cause I ain't going in if you're just gonna not bring any capabilities to the fight.
And she's like, you underestimate me.
Well, a decent amount of people believe it to be the cause of ghosts of the past, but I doubt it. But you're easily able for do as you please.
It's no ghost. It's old man Jenkins, and he would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for us meddling kids.
I'm not a kid.
Would you like to be?
Wait.
I said that out of character.
No. It's too late. It's too late now. Gregory's responding to you out of character. I'm 25 and 3/16 years old, or 13/16 years old.
So she's like, anyway, let's get down to business. I'll have to. I'm sure whatever this is, it probably tastes divine.
What?
Hey, Tori, why did the idiot cross? Why did the chicken cross the road?
Don't know. Why did the chicken cross the road, Pyro?
To get to the idiot's house. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
The chicken.
UPS. Did they get you there, DM?
No, I could hear Tori's sigh of disappointment.
And it's at both of you. I just want you both to know that I'm disappointed in both of you right now.
I will make you laugh, DM.
So.
All right, so. We just going down this trail then? Actually, Gregory's going to ask the old guy if he's following him.
I'm too old for this shit anymore. Ask me 20 years ago and I would be more than happy to.
I would have been 5 years old. 5 and 13/16 years old.
And she said Creamhill just says, she's like, well, before I go, and she whips up an apple pie using her like she's using her like gastromancy to whip up an apple pie. Okay. She's like here. Just in case. Just in case. It's always good to have a good meal every so often. She's just being nice.
Meanwhile, Gregory's still looking at the fire like, what the fuck did this?
And Creamhill just like starts walking towards, like, she's like, "Are you coming?"
Yeah, I'm coming. Gregory's gonna follow. Or Gregory's gonna walk down the path with Creamhild. He's not gonna follow her. And also,
I'm
I
guessing you
did tell
guys are
you
gonna head.
Gregory is horrible.
I'm guessing you guys are gonna try and head down to where the branches are.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So as you begin to head towards the branches that are broken, it pretty much just beelines you close to the lumber camp, and you're pretty much on the outskirts to where you can see the what's it called? It's not. I guess you could call it like a log fence that surrounds the camp, and it pretty much just looks like a giant lumber mill that is just made into a camp.
Huh. This doesn't look like where you normally find ghosts at. Come to think of it, ghosts also normally don't like to use fire. Gregory's just constantly talking to himself.
How do you wish to proceed?
I'd like to make a perception check.
4.
Just to see what I can see. See if there's anything more out of the ordinary about this particular location. If there's anything that doesn't look like it should be there.
Well, from what you can see of the camp, everything seems to be somewhat new, as if they literally just chopped down the tree and used that to build and expand the camp. You can see an office building, some housing, a mill, a little bit of a boathouse next to the river, and then you see what appears to be like a well right next to the edge bank of a river that goes into the woods. But the weird thing with this well is it's relatively a good bit of 50 feet away from the wood line.
And by the wood line, do you mean like where the trees stop, or do you mean part of the camp?
Like where the trees stop.
Okay. So it's 50 feet away from the tree line?
Mm-hmm.
That's not too abnormal. Couldn't see why that would be abnormal. But anyway, Gregory's gonna walk towards the office building.
Okay. So as you begin to approach the office building, you'll see someone that's standing next to the door, kind of like put their hand out in front of you. Like, excuse me, sir. Anything I can help you with? You don't look like you work here.
I do not, but I am an Isaac. I am an Isaac. What the fuck is it? I'm an Isaac weapons researcher, class 2, sent to the town not far from here because my bosses couldn't be bothered to respond to a letter received from the town by our particular outpost of research. I and the person I've been traveling with went to the farm where the livestock has been killed. We found a scorch mark in the ground. I noticed a bunch of broken tree branches, and they came in a line. Well, they came down a path leading us to here. I
So,
was
so
simply
he's gonna
wondering.
bear like an expression of like you've already lost him about a quarter of the way in. He's like, so the only thing I got out of that is Kinsby hired you. I'm guessing that right.
Yep, Kinsby did indeed hire. Well, Kinsby hired my bosses. My bosses delegated to me. I
One moment, sir. And he's gonna enter into the office building. About like 2 minutes later, um, you can see a relatively individual exit out of the building. He appears to be the foreman of the camp. Um, I see you are interested in my camp. Perhaps thinking it would help you in that Mr. Mayor's little conspiracies. How can I be of service?
I was wondering if you or any of your men have seen anything out of the ordinary. Any strange creatures, perhaps people in strange contraptions, magic users running amok, running for forest, flying for forest.
He's just gonna stick out his lip a little bit as he just like shakes it. Not as much as I am aware. I mean, my workers do like to riff-raff a lot of conspiracies and superstitions, but it's all just that. We haven't really heard or seen anything, and as much as I am sorry for the cattle being lost, it's not much of my concern. I'm just doing my job. And I do apologize if you're just gonna come all this way for nothing.
I'm aware it's none of your concern. I'd just like to rule out all my options. It's not a waste of time to rule out an option as far as I'm concerned. Is there any way I could talk to your men in a more organized fashion? A mess hall or anything? Somewhere where I could speak to them just simply as the day goes on in their free time about the different things they've seen, anything suspicious?
You're more than given attempts, but I can't promise anything. No, but if you wish, I can give you some of my own insights and give you a nice, fantastic home-cooked owlbear shank. And he's gonna look to the little gummy bear. No offense.
Oh, what did he say?
He was offering a home-cooked owlbear shank.
How about some lamb chops?
And she's like, well, actually, I can cook myself. Don't worry. And she's like, in fact, if you are willing to have the ingredients, I can whip up a great meal for you guys.
No, that would be very disrespectful.
I will take you up on that off of owlbear shanks.
She doesn't understand. She's trying to be nice again. But she's like, oh, and to be fair, he is an owlbear, but I made him.
No.
Yeah, some kind of homunculi, I think.
No, the offer is open, but
I'll take you up on the offer.
Whoa. Follow me. And he's gonna kind of lead you into his office. Entering into the office, this seems less of an office and seems more of a personal quarters house, like as if this is his own personal living space. And he'll seat you each at the what you assume to be the dining room table.
Mm-hmm. So Gregory furrows his brow just a little bit, disappointed in the fact that this is not an office.
Granted, it does have a decent amount of stacks of paperwork, and it does have what appears to be some sort of ledger on top of a desk that he seats at for a moment and kind of gazes over, signs a few things, and then closes the ledger and stuffs it into a safe, locking it. And then he'll make his way into the kitchen, and you could hear the sound of like the knife on a whetstone as he begins to sharpen his knives and prep the food.
Can we pause for just a second?
Sure.
All right, I need to go grab some. I'll be right back.
Hey, DM. So I was looking through the book, and I noticed there's a thing for magical cooking. Like, there are recipes you can get. It says here that by utilizing ingredients for magical creatures, blessing divinely prepared dishes, or weaving arcane magic into the recipe, you can cook or bake wonders. They act as consumable magical items. They can provide a boon to a creature that partakes of it. I was looking through there and seeing which ones I could prepare. They all have a cost about how many gold pieces they have that it takes for them.
Yeah, so at this point, it's a matter of if you can afford it, you can make it. But as of right now, that's about it.
Well, the only thing I could probably afford in there is garlic bread. Or dwarven hardtack. The garlic bread costs 1 gold piece. The dwarven hardtack costs 3 gold pieces. Plus, you have to have a DC. You got to see some of these recipes. The highest one on here is Tarask Alvin. If you manage to cook a Tarask, like, you know what that's going to be? Pigsy did that. DM?
I'm sorry.
When you heard me, I said that, like, one of the recipes, it's like Pigsy did that. I didn't know about this book before then, because if that was the case, it would increase all physical abilities. That's the benefit that gives. Nice.
I return. Sorry for the delay. Guys?
Yeah.
I'm still here.
Okay, you didn't say anything when I said I came back. All right, so what are we doing right now? Whetstone?
So he's in the kitchen preparing the owlbear shank. You had just seen him sign a few papers in a ledger that got shoved into a safe and then locked, but there's still a handful of paperwork kind of scattered on his desk.
May I ask about what your paperwork is in particular?
Contracts, there's a few things dealing with, just basic imports and exports, inventory management, clearance papers for the mayor to sign off on for excavation and expansion.
Excavation? I thought you were a logging company.
They are.
Why'd you need to excavate then?
It's a very generic term meaning for cutting down a certain amount of acres of the woods.
I've never heard the term used in that fashion.
I'm old school, that's probably why.
Oh, so that wasn't your voice a few minutes ago.
Don't worry about it.
That's also not his voice.
Don't worry about it.
No, he sounded a little bit more English.
Don't worry about it.
Shit.
You
get Gregory's dead.
I feel like Zaza is just an Easter egg at this point. Like fucking, where's Waldo?
I still do want to have another go of us playing Gregory and Azaza again at some point. Because that would be hilarious. So just general paperwork then.
In a nutshell.
That is exactly the voice you were doing a second ago.
Oh no, it took me a second to get it back. So, anything you guys wish to do while he prepares, or just wait around?
Gregory's just going to generally look around the room.
Okay. So, after a little bit of time, he finishes the meal. He presents each of you with a plate, sets one down in front of himself, and sits down. Don't be shy. Don't worry. Fresh cooked, fresh caught, fresh made. Won't find any quality like this in town.
And Greenhild's like, Adalbert, you know it is customary for me to never refuse a meal.
Is Adalbert in the office?
I'd imagine it's like Shiva just casually sitting next to it. Her like looking up with like, "Can I have a bite?"
How big is Adalbert?
Small sized.
Small sized?
So give or take about 3-4 feet.
Okay, so Adalbert's like cub sized. Got it.
Yes, exactly.
Gregory's just gonna stick his fork in, grab the knife, and start eating.
All right. Make me a vitality resist check.
Oh shit, we're getting poisoned, aren't we? Hmm. Resist check is the same as Constitution or saving throw, right?
Yeah, it's literally a saving throw, just reworded.
Okay. Now, how do I calculate the score for a saving throw again?
It's whatever your modifier plus your probo is.
Okay. So, all right, I got 9 plus 4 plus 3.
So 4 is 13 plus 3 is 6. Okay. So you bite into this thing. If you had to give a guess, it's probably cooked at about a medium. It's cooked at about a medium. Very
That's
tender.
That's about how Gregory likes it.
Tender, really concerningly juicy. When the juice is like full of flavor, it's almost as like he injected this thing with butter and let the meat itself just melt the butter. It's got all kinds of flavors in it in terms of what was used to spice it or any kind of seasoning. The one thing that you did notice right off the bat, as soon as you bit into it, it's the inner texture is very soft and chewy, kind of like a meat, like a rare steak of how like very chewy and tender it is. But the
Rare
outside
steak isn't chewy.
I'll stand by my statement.
You mean a well done steak? Because well done steak's chewy as fuck.
No, like you can chew it and it just melts in your mouth. Well done. It's leather. It's tough.
You should have said it melts in your mouth, because that's different from chewy.
But on the outside, it's got a very like crunchy, crisp texture. Almost like a fried food kind of crunch.
You're making me hungry.
As you look down at the at the next piece on your fork, you realize that the outside is herb crusted.
Mm. This is a delicious recipe, my friend. You must get. If I could get it from you, that would be most excellent.
I'll loan you my book. Now,
Cream Hill's gonna try.
it is just going to bite into it and pretty much get the same results, but being her palate is more refined and distinctive. Pretty much take like salt, pepper, various Italian seasonings, so garlic, onion, oregano, thyme, rosemary, paprika.
All of my favorite things.
Basil. Um, there's another one I can't think off the top of my head. It's
Oh, did you just say basil?
basil. Either way,
Kind of how do you say it?
I say it basil.
Pyro, you're wrong.
all right, but
No, that's because I know this because I studied a lot of cooking, so I made Byzantine honey fritters.
I guess I just do the European pronunciation of this basil.
But by the way, tell me if the Byzantine honey fritter sounds good, because
Huh?
I would say, like, I actually studied cooking a lot of good recipes, and I made Byzantine honey fritters, so I actually had to study.
I don't even know what that is.
So, Byzantine honey fritters is goat's milk wrapped in fine semolina flour.
Don't know what that is, but anyway.
Deep fried and then covered in honey and black pepper.
That sounds all right.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Oh, it's sold like hotcakes at the local witches' ball. They loved it. They said it was the tastiest thing they'd ever tried.
So, as you begin to dig in, he's already about halfway through his slab. So, you're inquiring about this mishap that's been going on. A lot of my men keeps asking about it being the ghosts of the past. I keep telling them no, because ghosts don't exist. They simply don't. However, it does grow a little concerning to me how my trees are somehow becoming a wee bit misshapen. It provides problems for when I'm trying to create my lumber. So, whenever you do figure out what is causing this, take care of it so I don't have to have any more headaches and lose more profits.
We have a lead. Whatever this was immensely big.
Misshapen how?
You've seen my trees. It looks like the whole top of the trees are bent over.
That's how you mean. Sorry, I need to have a little more detail on that one.
There. I do wish my trees to be properly handled when I'm processing them, for lack of a better term. And in their current condition, I lose every good bit of a 32% of what they are capable of, because that 32% gets turned to dust and used for a wood glue.
Well, you're saying it's dust as in burnt, or dust as in broken so far down into splinters it's...
I turn it into sawdust, yes.
Ah, you feed it into sawdust. Got it.
And then I use the dust to form wood glue.
Wood glue, alright.
Yeah, if you take the sap and you condense it, mix it with a bit of concentration, sprinkle in your sawdust, it allows the glue to become adhesive to wood products. Or at least that's my concoction.
We were thinking the same thing, I just wasn't understanding the way you do it. My people got a slightly different way of doing it, but that's besides the point.
Now, is there anything I might be able to assist you with what limited information I have?
Do you have any thoughts of what might be damaging your trees? It's gotta be something big and some capable of reaching up top there.
Quite honestly, I don't know. Nor do I have a logical explanation other than it's causing me headaches and it's costing me money.
Yeah, understandable. Do you have any idea of someone who might think they have an idea? Any of your men think they might know what it is?
One of my men earlier today, Mr. Thari, or at least that's what we call him. I can't stand the man, he's delusional. But regardless, he swears up and down on his mother's grave he can hear a, quote, deep rumbling and roars deep within the woods.
Must have better hearing than I do. I can't hear shit.
The only thing that, that I think of it, I have lost one of my men.
Lost one, you say?
I say lost because he was there one day and not there the next.
Sure he just didn't quit and walk off site?
No, because we take attendance after curfew. Due to these mishaps, I've been trying to make sure none of my men become casualty. We call him Old Man Habsburg. We call him Old Man because, well, he's very old, and Habsburg is because that was where he's from originally. His name, he refuses to say, so that was just the nickname we gave him.
Alright.
He took a boat upstream because he was wishing to try and catch some fish that we know is to be housed down the stream. Never came back. So, not only did it cost me a man, it also cost me a boat.
Do you know how far upstream he went?
Not the blastest clue.
Alright. And you said the other man's name was
Mr. Thary.
Thary? Thary, you say?
Indeed.
Alright. Well, I think we should get to talking to him first. Then, I think perhaps we should mosey on upstream and see what we can see. Seems like that's gonna be our quickest way to find some. If we can find your man, if we find your man, but he's not alive anymore, anything he wants to do in particular?
Bring him to the church.
Bring him to the church. Alright.
I won't know what to do with him, but they certainly will.
Well, I didn't know if your men would want to pay any last respects or maybe bear him themselves.
No, if they are going to pay respects, they will do so at whatever sort of funeral the church will hold. As will everyone else in the town.
Alright then. And as for the boat, if we find it, may we use it to traverse the stream?
If need be.
Alright then. So, were there any particular supplies he went up with? Anything that might be useful?
Elaborates, but I don't understand the question.
Did he have a bedroll?
far as I'm aware, he
Rations.
just had himself one of those little woven baskets and some fishing supplies. He was only planning to go out for a handful of hours, go fishing, and return.
Alright then. That's all I want to know. I want to know if we were looking for any particular items, some maybe of value, so you never know what you're looking for until you ask for it.
Understandable.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, guys. I'm in so much pain. I gotta call it.
Okay. Do we continue with just Gregory, or
You can. I mean, you're already on
Alright.
page 4 of 6.
I'm sorry. I'm just like my neck is killing me. My ear is clogged with sinus drainage, and I've got the worst headache. I'm in so much pain.
understandable, kinda? You can go if you need to.
Yeah,
Or if we continue.
I'll be okay next session. I promise.
Alright, next session should be the one when we use
Mont Blanc.
Yep.
All right.
Big
Then.
Alright. Pyro, your character was approved for the session.
Cool.
All I gotta do is figure out that magic armor piece, or probably just have you have normal armor, because no one else has like specialized armor.
The only thing I've got is like just a +1 studded leather.
Alright. That'll probably just be it then. Uh, so Gregory is gonna go look for how damn it, I already forgot how to say the name. The one I'm supposed to be looking for to talk to you right now.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
It's like sorry with a lisp.
Okay. I know Old Man Habsburg for some reason because he's easier to remember. So I'm gonna look for Old Man Thari. Pyro.
Okay. So looking around, you see a fairly large amount of workers. Like you might as well be on a construction site with how many people there is working.
Alright. I'm gonna ask them if they know where Thari is.
Look, yeah, that old yeah, he over there. And you're just gonna point to an
Thank you.
orc.
Gregory's gonna head to Thari.
Okay. As you approach, he looks like a very large orc for an orc. He's about 8 feet tall. He's got very broad shoulders, muscular, shirtless, but what shirt he does have is tied around his waist. Looks like he kind of has almost like janitor style long jeans on. Kind of like how Michael Myers' outfit is, but if you just look at the bottom half.
Yeah.
Basic work boots. He's currently got an axe in hand, and he's just splitting logs. Like, and by logs, I'm meaning like tree trunk sized logs.
Mr. Thari, is it? Is that?
My name is Tori.
Sorry, did you say that your name is Thori or Thari?
My name is Tori. Yes.
Alright. You said that you could hear dragons off in the distance, or some that sound like dragons.
I don't know if dragon, but did hear lots of deep sounds coming from wood.
Now, that wouldn't happen to be heading towards upstream, would it?
Everything would be headed upstream. But yes.
I'm just making sure I'm checking the right direction. Because it could be off in that way, and he's going to point another direction that would take him, like, going not upstream, but, like, going more diagonal.
Well, the only thing we know to be going that way is just more trees.
Well, that still could be deep in the forest that way. Could be deep in the forest a different way. I just wanted to ask if you. Now, did you happen to know Old Man Habsburg at all?
Not personally, but yes.
Did you know anyone who did know him personally, or more to
Nobody
know?
does. He just showed up one day.
Alright, showed up one day, started working. Now, you, other than the noises you heard, have you seen anything suspicious? Something that might have damaged the trees, maybe. Something that might have.
Well, a few nights ago, it looked like a very large rock just smashed into the trees and then face plant into the ground. As in the morning, there was lot of dirt kicked up and a rather large crater in the ground, but rock was not there.
Mm-hmm. I see. So, you saw. You saw a large crater. There wasn't a rock, but lots of dirt kicked up like a rocket hit there.
And it was
So,
the one that made their trees over there look like that. Mr. Whitney was not very happy.
alright, alright. So it's what damaged those trees over there then. Were there any scorch marks around?
No,
No? Have any of the damaged trees ever looked burnt up towards the top?
no,
No? You ever find scorch marks of any kind out in the woods anywhere?
not scorch marks, but frost.
Rust, you say?
Frost.
Frost?
And it's
Well,
too late in the summer for it to be winter already.
yeah, that is suspicious. The So you said that there was frost?
There was a decent sized portion of the grass over where the mushrooms were that we used to make our stews that was just covered in frost. The grass was very cold and very brittle, and they had a very thin layer of white snow that was covering just a certain portion of the grass. Like someone had dropped a like a blizzard potion or something.
See. Now, no
Just
one here would have a blizzard potion, would they?
not among the cape, no.
Anyone in town have one?
Well, maybe one of the I don't know what to call them, but they work for the church. They're one of the how do you say? Uh, I don't know. Because they're not a nun, but they're also not a priest. No, I guess they would be a priest. Yes, I get one of the priests at the church might be able to do something like that. She very pretty too.
You say he's pretty?
No, she very pretty.
But
Pretty
she's
name.
a. Ah, I see. Female priest. Alright, sorry. My mind was
Why are you gay?
I'm not. Who says I'm gay?
I just immediately think to the one who is like, thank you for coming onto the show. Now, why are you gay? You are gay. Please tell me you know the meme I'm talking about.
I do.
What to say? I feel really awkward if you didn't.
I responded with the correct answer, which is who says I am gay.
Yeah. Wait. So he does mention that maybe one of the priests that work in the church might have some kind of way to do something like this, but definitely not via potion, but like arcana.
Let's see. That is an interesting and most perplexing bit of information. What would she happen to look like?
She's about hey, and he'll like put up to like where the bottom of his pecs is, so probably
So,
about 6 foot, maybe 5'10".
so about as tall as me or taller. Got it.
How tall are you?
I'm pretty sure Gregory's 5'10", but let me double check that.
See, now I actually gotta pull up fucking
Oh
something
no!
I haven't opened for a hot minute. What is this?
Either way, taller than me. Gregory's 5'8".
Oh, that's a card I made a while ago and I have saved and set to the side. Okay, moving on.
I don't think you actually have the Gregory document, do you? Because that was for Sean's.
No, I'm talking about for the priest I'm talking about. I made a sheet for her because she's a DMPC for a different party that they hired. Yeah, they hired her to be the party cleric. I'm hoping I still got the paper I've got so that I have reference to her height and stuff. I hope to God I do. I should have it. I gotta scroll for 3 to 5 business days to find it.
See, I still have shit from Sean's campaign in here. I still have the elven bow, weird arrows. A random hammer.
Let me just look in D&D stuff. Is it in D&D? Yeah, it's right here. Go figure. She is 5'6".
Okay, so Gregory's 2 inches taller than her. This man can't tell height, and Gregory doesn't know how tall he is.
She's about this big. She's got these really funny ears that poke out, and they look like they're sharp. She's got white hair and wears a white robe.
Sounds like an elf.
Maybe, but she's very pretty though.
Well, I will go pay her a visit just to see if she is the one responsible for the frost. Or if there's anything related. Thank you for that information.
Absolutely.
And you said that no one happens to know Mr. Damn it, what was it? Hosborough?
Oh, old man Hasberg. No one knows him
Old man
personally. He doesn't talk of himself very often, if at all. He always is just, I'm here to work, get work done, and then goes to sleep.
A respectable thing to do, but even then, I don't care for most of my coworkers much, but I still talk to them every now and again. Gregory's gonna see if he can go find that cleric.
Okay. So, you go over to the church, and you are pretty much greeted with your worst nightmare. as you are greeted with lots of divine aura. It's meant to be a holy place, as there's already several people kneeling in front of a statue. It appears to be praying. There's several priests giving kind of
Meanwhile,
blessings to other people. There's others that are kind
Prager's
of just
that's over
standing
here,
around.
man of science.
Hence why I said your worst nightmare.
Oh, God, I hate these kinds of places. Alright, I just gotta make this quick.
Oh god, that painting's crooked!
Oh no. That doorway is uneven. That door will never shut right.
You just see one of those doors that you would see in like a ghetto boonies house where like the hinges are just uneven, so it's just the top corner is like perfect, and then the bottom corner is like off by like a whole inch and a half.
Nah. I'm talking about the kind of door where the door frame, like the building settled so the door frame is slightly uneven on one side. But it's like, it's fallen, it's not noticeable to most people, but it's fallen down just enough that the door will never actually close right. What?
Just the way I'm picturing a whole church that is slightly sideways. So it's just the holy water fountain. It's just on one end almost about to spill, and the other end it's like almost half sunken in.
That's stupid but funny.
But
I like how
anyway,
you and I are on the same page about stupid things.
so anyway. What do you do?
All right. So Gregory's he's gonna, I guess, walk up to the nearest person who looks like an official of the church.
So you'll approach an individual with white robes. They got a gold trim on the outside. Um, he has his hood up, but you could still see his face, and that's about the only thing you can see out of him. He's got his arms like straight villager style in front of him, uh, clenched to his chest. Oh, not even that, not even Minecraft villager, but more like Chinese emperor style.
All right.
Very pale skin, like almost powder white, and appears to be human.
Excuse me, sir. I got a question for you.
Answer away and ask away, my child, for I may bear answers.
Do you have a priestess about this high? He's gonna hold it, however high it is. His hand roughly as high as the orc guy did.
Okay.
Uh, Pale skin, white hair, pointed ears like an elf. Might be an elf, might be a half elf. Potentially not even an elf at all.
Nah, them ears are just one of those fucking Comic-Con clip-ons.
Could just be one of those people who just has pointed ear. Pyro, have you ever seen a picture of my right ear?
I'm scared to know now.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna send.
Oh, dear God.
I don't have like a full-on elf ear, but my ear looks more like an elf than a human ear. And it's a weird trait that has skipped some generations in my family. You say, oh God, like it's gonna be some weird ass shit. It's not. Alright, I sent it to you. And it's specifically my right ear. And yeah, I just realized you probably never would have because most of the pictures I've sent of me all have my headphones on.
Some
Pyro,
tiny ass ears.
that's not tiny. You see the comparison of it next to my ear cup, right?
I stand by my statement. But anyway, after giving your description, um, uh, the cleric will kind of just give a curious, puzzling look as he ponders for a moment, and then his face will brighten up. Oh, my child, are you referring to Miss Winter?
Yes, I believe I am. I have a small question. I'm investigating the disappearance and attack of the animals. I just have a question relating to a small thing that happened oddly out at the logging camp.
You may ask away, my child, for she is over there. And he'll point out a particular priestess who has her hood down and pretty much makes the description the orc was struggling to do. But most of us almost never leave the church, so if it inquires one of us leaving, I'm probably going to infer your answer to be a decline, but
I don't require anything other than information.
well, your individual is right over there, and go ahead and ask away, my child.
Thank you. Craiger's just gonna head over to her.
Cringing.
Yeah. Cringing at the fact of being called my child. Normally he gets rejected from being in churches, once even ejected. To be fair though, it had nothing to do with the fact he's partially devil. It had everything to do with the fact that Gregory was being a complete cunt.
I can just imagine the fucking cleric grabbing him like straight body bag style, one hand on the collar, one hand on the waistband, and just.
Oh no, this was a paladin. This was a Greg-sized paladin.
So,
Anyways, Greg's gonna ask, or he's gonna walk up to, uh, what the fuck what was the prefix used for Winters? Miss Winters, I guess.
mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Miss Winter.
yeah, he's gonna walk up to Miss Winter. So, Miss Winter, is it?
And she'll just give a gentle nod and just smile gleefully.
I have a question for you. Have you been to the logging camp in well, I don't know exactly how long, but just in recent time, any, perhaps freezing over a small patch of land?
No, I cannot say I have, darling. I have not left this church in a couple weeks.
A couple weeks, alright. Have you or anyone here seen anything suspicious in or out of the woods? A large creature, perhaps something that could chuck a boulder, possibly?
There's words on the streets for those that come in and out of my church, but other than that, I much know as much as you.
Alright. Is there any information that you have heard from them that might be pertaining of creatures in the woods that would make a loud roaring noise?
Many that are of an age enough to remember claim it sounds familiar, but other than that, the only really way I can say for sure is may the divines bless you and find for yourself.
Well, thank you. I will. Would there be anyone who would possibly know, or is it simply just
Generic.
everyone else would know as much as you would?
At this point, the only ones that would have any information are those that are just basing off the grapevine or simply theorizing. No one knows the
Alright.
definitive choice. As I said, the only way to really find out anymore is may the divines bless you and find for yourself.
Alright, well, thank you. I will be on my way. Gregory's gonna start heading back to the logging camp so he can head upstream.
Okay. So, as you begin to walk.
Oh wait, one thing he's gonna say before he leaves. Oh, I might be finding the corpse of one of the loggers later. I might need a funeral prepared. I figured I'd just give you a heads up. They say a man went missing. Don't know how long ago exactly he went missing, but forgot to ask that part. Just know he went fishing, ain't showed up back when he was supposed to. And, well, it sounds like he might have passed on or have had his life taken. I believe it was that Oldsman Habsburg fellow. It's who they said it was.
Well, if it does come to that, we'd be more than happy to take care of it and bless thine soul.
Alright. Wait, doesn't thine mean hold on. Doesn't thine mean the person you're talking to? I don't know. I never understood that particular type of speech. He's just gonna continue on with his day.
So, as you head back to the logging camp, you make your way towards the stream to what has the well and begin to just follow it. As you follow the river, nothing out of the ordinary, just a bunch of trees, a bunch of fauna, flora. You watch closely as the river begins to just settle. Instead of having some sort of flow, it just seems like very still water, as if it's not going anywhere. Continuing on, you walk on for another 15 to 25 minutes, and this is where I'm going to have you make me a perception check.
Alright, hold on. Where'd my... There to go. Alright.
Hey, Mom, can you check under the bed before you go? Aw, sweetie, no, I'm afraid of what I'm going to see under there, but good night.
14 plus 5, I got 19.
Okay. So, you're pretty confident in the background of the tree lines, you can see a fairly large white creature. And by creature, I think I should say creatures.
Huh. Now.
They're just sitting there, kind of just in the distance. And they're not really moving much, but you can definitely see something sticking out from the tree line.
Uh-huh. So.
The most powerful wizard staff, and it's just a very long stick with a Glock duct taped to the end of it.
Yep. That is exactly the most powerful wizard staff. In fact, that's Gregory's wizard staff. Gregory has sold a weapon almost exactly like that. Gregory's bosses are confused how it got past quality control. Gregory is not. Because Gregory knows what happened to quality control when they questioned him about it. What happened? Don't worry about it. Need not concern thyself.
Continuing forth.
Yep. I'm gonna continue cautiously and bring out my hand axes.
So as you continue forth slowly, the shapes of whatever this white creature is slowly become more visible, as these are pretty decently sized pale white dragons. They don't seem to be hostile in any way, but they're more just batting at a boat that is just casually floating in the river, like two cats batting at a toy. They're just patting it back and forth between each other, but they're just like eyes dead set on the boat, watching it float towards them, and they'll just bat it, and they're just pushing it back and forth between each other.
Can I see anyone in it?
It appears to be just a stray boat. No equipment, no nothing, just a boat. Not even.
See,
it's more of like a very small rowboat.
See, this is where Gregory considers using the fact that he speaks Draconic. Gregory is considering some thoughts. He's processing them. He's just like,
And as you're staring, one of them will go to bat the boat and hit it at the wrong way that it splashes the other one, and they'll just like kind of just growl, and just like, "Hey, you got my paw wet," and then they'll just start going back and forth, just kind of like growling at each other. Before one pounces on the other, and they just start wrestling. Just bits of like green smoke sludge, just like puffing out of their throats as if they're like trying to charge up a breath attack, but they just keep getting the wind knocked out of them before they can charge it up, knocking down a decent number of just old timber trees.
there's what's knocking down them trees. Gregory's trying to think of how to do this without getting himself killed. I gotta. Gregory and Draconic's just gonna be like, so, you ones, so have you two the ones that have been throwing the boulders here?
And then you'll speak to them directly, and then they'll immediately stop. One like pressed, like just straight tackled onto the other. Their heads will just both turn to you, like dropping everything they're doing, and just like, "What the fuck? Who are you? Where'd you come from?" And they're just like staring at you, blank face, just like, "Where the fuck did you come from?"
Gregory is stood behind a tree, so they're staring at a tree. Gregory ain't stupid. He knows it's better than to be in front of a dragon without protection.
Heard he didn't find them.
Gregory's not a bard and also potentially asexual.
They're just staring at the direction the voice came from. And then eventually, like, the one that's, like, on the bottom will just flick his head in the direction of the other dragon and just spit on it. And then you'll just hear the dragon just straight growl and just slash at its face.
Well, that's, huh.
Like, it's like a very, like, underhanded way of saying, fuck you.
There wouldn't have happened to have been a person in that boat anytime recently, would there?
They'll immediately stop and look back in your direction, like, okay, now we know we're not going crazy. The one will get off of the one on the bottom, and then they're just like cats getting ready to pounce, like curled down to the ground, just very slowly approaching your tree.
Gregory thinking about his life choices at this instant. Well, I got some stupid options. I have some less stupid options.
So, as you're like debating,
Gregory's gonna cast invisibility on himself.
before you can just hear off on the just yelling in common, just no, bad, Bananoom, Baza, off, no, bad, and you just see a halfling wearing what you can guess to be like a pale dragon hide. It's just like not sprinting, but not jogging. It's like a half jog. And the two dragons immediately cower down as she approaches, backing into the trees like a puppy that had just been smacked with a newspaper.
Alright then, that's useful. Gregory's gonna step out and just try and see if he can reason with this person.
So before you stands a small halfling. Her hair braided and parted to the right side of her head, to which the left side appears not to be more of parted, but more burnt, like as if half of the left side of her hair had been singed off. She's got like a little rose as like a little hairpin, as very small, what you can guess to be kind of horns even, loop. Let me just do this. I think this would be an easier way to show off what she looks like. I'll just clip it straight from the module. Yeah, there you go. That is who you're looking at.
Alright then. Hello there. I'll skip the formal introduction as it doesn't seem necessary.
I'm sorry
I've been
about them. They've clearly need some manners. And she's gonna like glare at them, and they're just going to just casually back up into the forest, like we didn't do anything. You see nothing, and then just run back off into the distance, like back into the forest. Are you okay? Are you safe? Do you need any sort of medical attention?
I'm doing alright, other than a little bit of mild disturbance at the fact that I almost lost my life had you not been here.
No, I don't think they would have gone that far. I think they would have just found you as a new toy to try and play with.
Ah, shit. So like me. They're not gonna kill me, they just play with me. Hopefully they're not as sadistic as I am. That's also besides the point. I got a couple questions for you. One, have you seen a man who may or may not have been in that boat? He's called Old Man Hapsburg, is what most people call him.
I know no one of that name, nor seen anyone other than you within the last several months.
Alright. 2, your dragons would not happen to be fond of throwing boulders, would they?
I'd be more impressed the fact that they obtained the knowledge to do so, so I'm going to say no.
Alright. They would not happen to be frost dragons, would they?
You just found 2 of them, and I think I have about... She starts counting on her fingers. 27 more?
Easy as fuck.
That's just for the white ones, though. For the red ones, I think I have. And you see her counting on her hands, and it gets to the point where she hits 10, and then she starts counting more.
Okay. Well, that's not part of my point. Follow-up question. They would not happen to fly low enough that they would damage the trees, would they?
Sometimes.
I'm just going to ask you on behalf of the logging camp owner, would you encourage them to fly higher?
I would encourage them not to leave the sanctuary, but if they were to, yes.
All right. Another question. You wouldn't happen to know of any creatures that could possibly throw a boulder that would be present here, that's it?
No. Why do you keep asking about a boulder?
A gentleman in the logging camp believes that a boulder was thrown in a direction from the farm towards the camp, knocking down the tops of many a tree because there was a crater that hit down in the camp that knocked out that threw dirt everywhere.
You'll see a smirk slowly just like grow on her face and start like just giggling to herself.
That was you, wasn't it?
No, it was Zinthruils.
Which one was that?
That would be one of our, well, I guess to put it simply, since you're not from the sanctuary, one of our younger teenage black dragons.
All right, if you could
He crash landed.
All right. Well, that takes care of that issue. I assume he definitely does not intend to do that again, so I don't even have to ask.
I would hope not. After one of his wing webs were damaged after that, and he's still swearing his head off to this day of how that tree got in his way.
Your dragons have not been eating the local livestock, have they?
Oh no. That's where he's been. Oh.
So the beginning of my investigation started at the farm and has led me to here. Now, before you continue, I have found a cow dismembered, one leg. I saw a wall or a straight line of fire scorchings. I have as well seen a dismembered body parts from an erupted creature, potentially the same cow as the back leg. Examination was inconclusive. It's damage beyond anything I've ever looked at before, and the study of anatomy is more of a personal hobby of mine. I'm more oriented into physics and arcana, and more particularly the combination of them.
With this.
Well, wait, I still got another part I gotta try and figure out.
She's just gonna start walking away.
Gregory's gonna follow. You wouldn't happen to be able to help me find the old man in any capacity, anyways.
I wouldn't know what I'm looking for, so unfortunately, no.
I believe an older human male who presumably lost in the woods, dead or alive, unknown status. I believe he was in that boat at one point, which, hold on just a minute, I believe I should wrangle that to the shore so I can get it back later.
Make me an athletics.
Okay, hold on. Bring up Gregory's stats again. Gregory's athletics is +1. I got a 14.
All right. Takes you a hot minute, but yeah, you pretty much just drag it up on shore.
All right.
She will lead you to a very small camp that's a very short walk away of where you both were at near the little river. Um, as you approach the camp, you see a bunch of wormlings begin to just rush out from random bushes and kind of just start crawling all over her like a cat, like a kitten would, and just begging for attention. Most of them are pale white, but others are of various colors, both chromatic and metallic. Some are misshapen, but most of them are nowhere near the size of the two dragons that you had just encountered a moment ago. As you begin to head into the little camp and you begin to look around, uh, it takes you a little bit to realize that you are now surrounded by literal hundreds of dragons. Like, as if you had just come across the literal safe haven of any and all dragons from all colors, metals, gems, various planar dragons, various subspecies. This is literally as if it was the breeding place of dragons.
God damn. This is the most I've ever seen any dragon up close.
This is the most you're going to find with peace.
Honestly, quite magnificent. I might. Uh, hmm. I have a question for you.
I have many answers, but I do believe I also have several answers to a few questions you've asked prior, but I figured it'd be best if we speak on other terms. But anyway, continue.
Hold on, let's start with the question I currently have the thought of. If I were to possibly arrange for some individuals who were not to harm the dragons in any way, merely just to study them, the behaviors, the capabilities for scientific research, in exchange for any resources you could possibly need, such as, obviously for one, feed for your dragons. Would you allow that?
That isn't my call to make, but I will bring it to the High Council's attention.
Right now. Well, uh, farm animals. I take it.
Yes, that's one of the things that I was about to address. She'll lead you to a very small hut, more of a cabin than anything. Um, it's intact and covered in these very strange fruit-bearing vines. Um, they don't seem to be very normal fruit. Uh, as you go inside the cabin, yeah, it's ruined. It's in rummages. It's very destroyed, like a dragon had just walked in and walked out. Um,
Uh,
the berry vines in the area seem to grow in a very straight, purposeful line leading somewhere. And following it would lead into a notched hole into the wall that bears a egg that is intact and almost like this particular corner of the wall is an incubator. Now, about your cattle issue, it appears that your. I think I should put it this. Are you affiliated with that town at all?
only in the. My bosses were sent a message offering them some kind of payment that intrigued them, be it monetary or other. They decided me, seeing as I tend to be one of the most destructive capability at our facility, though they wouldn't allow me to take any of my tools, so currently I'm rather harmless and have been going about this a more diplomatic manner.
Long
So
story
don't
short,
worry.
no, you're not affiliated.
Yes.
So, that town and the Draguna signed a contract many, many, many years ago of
The hell's a
mimicked
Draguna?
dragon warriors.
It seems simpler to say.
The Draguna is the more respectful way to address them from what I've been told. But either way, a deal of some sorts was signed many years ago when that town had first been established of how much of the woods can be removed. Within
Take
recent times, it appears they have decided to go against this writing, whether it be ignorance or arrogance.
It seems, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it mostly seems to be ignorance. They didn't even seem to know that any creatures like these were in the area.
Well, either way, some of our creatures that we provide hospitality for feel threatened, and in retaliation,
Is it only dragons or are there more creatures?
she's going to look around, like trying to get a point across, as there's like you're surrounded by literal hundreds of dragons.
That doesn't change the point that it could have more than just dragons.
It's called the Dragon Sanctuary for a reason, dear, but they feel threatened as now an age-old contract of protection had been broken. They don't invade our homes. We don't invade theirs. And I say one, several of them took it upon themselves to leave a message, as they claimed. Little did I know that they were referring to that town.
Alright, I have some thoughts.
I've
I'm not,
tried asking them against it, but they simply are just not up for negotiations on my end and prefer take the warning shot and learn from your mistakes kind of approach. I don't agree with it, but
is there any information where I could present to them of this contract and
well,
show that it
I still have my copy that has been framed and hung. What they have done with theirs is unknown for, well, we don't go into that particular part of our woods.
have a question? Would you be willing to temporarily come with me in explanation? I'm sure we can figure out something in which a repayments of sort is done to one another, some way to fix the woods and some way to restore the loss of livestock, as I'm sure both parties would like to have the items restored in some way, and I assure you, if things begin to get hairy, I will make sure there is an escape route for you.
Well, we do have a handful of other sanctuaries, but this one is one of the more prominent.
I'm not asking the sanctuary to come, I'm specifically asking you as you have more knowledge of this than I do. I will assure that you can escape in here, and while I'm sure that the sanctuary itself, seeing as dragons, is well guarded, I would hate to have either one, as that is not my business, be damaged, and that is not something I would seem to make any gain from either becoming, well, from either falling to harm.
Hmm. as you mentioned of replacing livestock, unfortunately, what's lost is lost, and what has been devoured has been fed upon.
Well,
But
obviously, I meant something more in the way of somehow an aid in place of beasts of burden or nothing so much of the dragons themselves being eaten, but somehow allowing some that makes up for the loss. Perhaps helping with
not sure what all can be given, but
fishing. I'm sure certain kinds of dragons would be experts at acquiring fish from the river, which could help make up for the loss of food. Or perhaps other kinds of dragon could help in some other way. I'm not sure how.
well, I think you should more take a look at this. And then she'll walk over to one of the walls and take down a frame and hand it to you, to which is a frame that bears hold a document that looks about as old as the literal Bible. This thing is old, it's faded, it's literally written on canvas parchment. Um, and long story short, it's pretty much a contract of like where the borders are between estates, and the border for what not to cross or where to advance through is where the well is at the end of the river bends. It is said that the other participants, meaning Edgewood, are allowed to use this river as a way to going into the lake, since the river goes around the sanctuary far enough to where it is out of sight if they were to simply follow the river bends and into the lake for means of travel, trade, or fishing. And the well would also provide them with a source of drink water. In return, this dragons in the sanctuary will just simply remain unknown and isolated. And it is signed by an individual unknown to you, and it is dated every good bit of maybe 400 years ago.
Well, may I borrow this for the time being, and I will return to you in a bit later. Now, I do have one request of you, if you could in some way aid.
I can do what I can to the best of my ability.
Would it be possible to have any of the dragons look out for the missing fellow? He's an older man, I know that. He's perceived to be human, and well, other than that, there's not much to know about him. He responds to, Old Man Habsburg. In fact, that's what everyone calls him because that's what, well, he's an old man from Habsburg, and he refuses to tell anyone his name.
Well, I can give word, but I can't do much of all else. Um, you're gonna see her place her hand on top of the frame and say a couple incantations. Then suddenly you'll watch as a bit of a ward will form before fading away.
I have no intentions of breaking it.
Not exactly what I was doing that for, but I appreciate the comforts.
May I ask what it was for? I'd rather not have it blow up in my face.
Not your face, but if it is tampered with, it will try and keep itself intact.
Alright.
If you want to make an Arcana check, you can try and figure it out on your own with those hints.
Gregory's +9. All right, Gregory got 9 + 7. Gregory, you dumb bastard. Gregory's like half-assing this because it doesn't involve
that's a
him getting great
16. That's a
explosion.
decent amount. She pretty much placed a ward of mending.
Ah.
So if it were to get damaged, it would immediately be restored. Open table.
All right, Gregory's gonna head back to town. Well, he's gonna head to the boat, head back to town.
Okay. At
He
this
is
point, by
gonna.
the time you get back
He
to
is gonna
town,
mark one of the trees by the boat, so he can see where it is when he returns.
okay. So by the time you get back to town, it's getting pretty much close to mid to late evening, early night. The town is winding down. There's almost no one out in the streets anymore. Only a few of the buildings have lights coming from the windows.
I'm gonna look into the I'm gonna look and see if I can figure out where the mayor's at currently.
How are you going to go about doing that?
I'm gonna head back into the tavern.
The Shepherd of the Mug?
Yep.
Okay. So, same bitchy old lady is still there. Tavern seems a lot more full in comparison. There's a good like maybe 3 or 4 tables wide open, but other than that, full house.
All right. Can I see the mayor anywhere?
Perception check.
Gregory, what is your perception?
Dog shit.
No, it's not as good as Jack's, but it's not bad.
Yeah, Mr.
All right.
15.
I take no responsibility for that.
You made him. Fuck you mean?
Gregory got an 8. Look, man. Bards be ballin', rogues be ballin'. They got expertise out the fucking ass, man. It's not my fault. It's game design. I didn't realize that when I made him.
So, 8 total.
Yeah.
So, you don't see the mayor anywhere, or anyone that even looks like remotely close to the clothing he was wearing.
Damn it, Mayor's gone. I'm gonna walk up to the bitchy bartender.
You again.
Hey,
You're
is
actually
the mayor
gonna
here?
buy something?
Pink or the dwarven ale?
3 silver.
Gregory's gonna hand over 3 silver.
She's gonna pour him an ale. Tankard. Pretty decent sized tankard. It's a little bit bigger than what most inns will give you. But being that it costs a little bit more, that probably is gonna make up for it. Now you can ask a question.
Alright, is the mayor still here?
Here in my tavern? No, he left about 8 hours ago.
Damn it. I take it he's probably at home.
At this hour, most likely, like anyone else would.
Except for your patrons, of course.
These are mostly my regulars, usuals, or travelers coming in to co-leave in the morning. Much like yourself.
I ain't leaving in the morning, but
Oh, that's disappointing.
yeah, fuck you too, lady. You got any rooms for what? For rent?
I don't got rooms. I'm not that kind of tavern. I provide food, and that's about damn it.
What's the inn called? It's the Wood something.
Huh?
What's the name of the inn in the town?
In the town. We have an inn?
I'd
Is this
imagine.
is this new? Have I been not outside that long?
Oh, you're useless. Gregory's gonna go look for the inn.
So, as soon as you walk out and you kind of like try to look around, you suddenly just it dawns on you that the place you just walked out of is literally called the Shepherd and Mug Inn.
That bitch. Gregory walks back in. He was holding the tankard of ale in his hand.
And she's just gonna have like the biggest shit-eating grin. And welcome back. Did you find it?
Yeah, piece of shit. You know that, right?
Yeah. Well, next time you walk into a place, make sure you know what the hell you're walking into. 5 gold a room.
Oh, god damn. A little short on that. Not quite 5 gold, but I do have some items I'd be willing to sell.
I only take coin. Money is what pays my bills, not a sword.
Is there a general shop in town?
They're closed by now.
Damn it.
What do you got on you?
4 gold and 97 silver.
Buy a plate, I'll make it 30.
Alright. What do you recommend from the menu?
Well, apparently what's selling like hotcakes tonight is gonna be our oxen tail.
Anything else?
Well, we got house soup, we've got lamb chops, we've got house ale, we've got all kinds of stuff.
I'll take lamb chops.
Alright, that'll be 25 silver, plus your 3 gold.
Gregory hands over 25 silver and 3 gold.
Alright. And she'll ring like a little like old school hotel room bell, and then just shout the order into the back of the kitchen. Make me a perception check real quick.
Alright. Gregory not liked by RNGesus. That wasn't that one.
Reroll that. I'm telling RNGesus to go fuck himself. Reroll that.
Okay. We got a 18 with mods. I also switched to Armaeus' dice, which is apparently the dice RNGesus likes Gregory using. Or Gregory.
So, you're pretty confident after the order had been finished being called out that the kitchen's being ran by a band of goblets that are currently fighting over whose turn to cook it is.
Uh-huh. This shit's not gonna go well.
25 minutes pass. And you finally...
That's far too long for lamb chops.
25 minutes pass by. and one of the goblins will just like and he's just like marching out. He looks like he's pissed off, like he just got the shit end of the stick, and he's carrying your plate, and he looks up to you and just holds it up over his head, trying to like struggling to reach up to you.
Gregory's gonna take the plate. You're lucky I don't speak goblinoid.
Yeah, well, I can speak common, you daft cunt. Fuck you too.
And just walks back into the fucking kitchen.
I assumed you were swearing.
Well, you can assume my ass.
Gregory's gonna curse at him in Draconic and Infernal.
All you see is poking up from the top of the fucking bar top is just a middle finger just bouncing around before it enters the kitchen.
Gregory has half a mind to chuck one of his axes and chop it off.
So, as you look down at your plate, even though it took quite a bit of time for a lamb chop to be cooked, it doesn't look all that bad. It looks like it's been decently seasoned. The sauce lines that's supposed to like flare up the plate could have been better, but it definitely doesn't look all that bad. It's above average, but it definitely could have been worse. But it also could have been very much better.
Is that taste or presentation only?
Presentation.
Gregory's gonna bite into it.
All right, make me a vitality resist save.
That's the wrong thing. All right, that's a 9.
So you bite into it, and you're immediately met with an overwhelming amount of spice. Almost like you had just bitten into like Taco Bell Diablo sauce. And the only things that's the saving grace is the amount of just raw lamb juices that is diluting the taste. They definitely went overboard with the seasoning, and they very much need something to balance it out, because you take a bit of the sauce that's like used for flourish and like wipe it up with your pinky and just dab it on your tongue, and you're pretty confident that's just literal mayonnaise.
They should be hung for this. What number is my room?
Well, let's see what we got here. We got 12, 34, 32, 62, 92, 104, and 3.
That sounds like way more rooms than you actually have. I'll take room 12.
She's going to hand you a key, and it's just got a literal tag that says 12.
Gregory's going to head to room 12.
So as you head into the back to where is the hallway of the just the hallway that leads into the room sections, you realize that it's not so much the amount of rooms, but they're ordered in rows. So the reason there's like 102, it's because it is the 10th row in the second room, but there's only like 6 or 7 rooms in a row, not including the second story, which there's 2 stories.
Can't count. Can't cook. I should let the dragons just take their asses.
So as you enter into the room, you now realize why it costs 5 gold, because it's got its own washroom, it's got its own tub, it's got a decent sized desk if you wanted to, like, read or study or practice or pretty much do anything you want. The bed is about the same size as a full size, so it could easily be used for like a couple or something like that. It seems like relatively comfortable living.
Alright then. It's not much. About the same as my room at home. Nice bed. Less messy desk. Less weapons of mass destruction.
Oh wait, they got a nuke button right here. Let's see what this is.
Boop! The whole planet just explodes.
All you hear from down the hallway is just, "Not again!"
Fuck. Anyway, so Gregory's gonna lock the door again, cast arcane lock on the door. And
Cast alarm.
no, Gregory doesn't have that. He just has arcane lock. It's one of his racial spells. Is a tiefling.
I feel like knowing him, he would actually know the spell alarm.
Bizarrely, I don't believe he does. I don't think it's an artificer spell, or at least not one he has access to.
Pretty sure he does. Very common first level.
Oh, it's a first level? Hold on, I actually have
believe it.
artificers. I have artificer spells around here somewhere. Here we are. Oh shit. You're right. What
I'm
it
pretty
take?
sure.
Gregory has catapult, detect magic, cure wounds, invisibility, enlarge, reduce. Okay, Gregory was. The thought was, one, catapult's fucking hilarious because it makes all ranged weapons better. Two,
Anything's a ranged weapon if you can flick it hard enough.
yeah, that's why I love the catapult spell. Detect magic, because detecting magic's always nice. Cure wounds for a little bit of healing.
Sounds like he's an all-arounder.
Invisibility and enlarge reduce because it's useful. And then I don't have what Gregory's cantrips are for some reason.
Well, anything you want to do before a long rest?
No.
Alright, so you gain the benefits of a long rest. You wake up.
And I can once again cast Arcane Lock. It resets daily. Or it resets when I finish a longer short rest. Oh no, wait, his cantrips are Firebolt, Prestidigitation, Produce Flame, Shocking Grasp, Mage Hand.
Okay. But, so morning arises, you awaken, and everything seems to be exactly as the way you left it.
Alright, Gregory dismisses his lock and he's just gonna head out the door.
So as soon as you head out, you see Mr. Kinsby in the exact same seat at the exact same table, eating the exact same food.
Mr. Kinsby, exactly who I need to speak to at this moment.
Gregory, my boy. Thank you.
Wait, did I introduce myself?
I did a little bit of a background check.
Alright then, as that usually doesn't give out information, but
Where's your friends?
So, I seem to have lost them somewhere around the logging camp. Not sure what happened.
That's disappointing. But it appears you either have good news or bad news for me, so...
I have news. Whether it is good or bad is up to you.
It's up for interpretation.
Yeah, it's Schrodinger's news, really. It is in a supposition of good and bad until I deliver it. So, Prairie's going to produce the contract and set it near his food, but not in the way of his food.
So that he could just like set the plate aside and like kind of scooch it over, or like tilt his head to look at it.
Yeah. He's also gonna pull up a chair. So this is a contract signed, I believe, by most likely the town founders and a group of magical individuals who have, well, I say magical, I don't know that they are, but people affiliated with some dragons.
He's just gonna nod as he kind of takes a bite of his food, and he's you can watch his eyes are literally panning across the paper as if he's reading it.
They call themselves the Dragooners. This is a border agreement in which the Logan Company is either intentionally or unintentionally violating. I'm not sure if you are aware of it. I imagine you probably have some old town records, and this might be in the bottom of the pile, your copy of it.
He's just gonna point to the signature as he swallows what's in his mouth. That is indeed one of the founders. In fact, the president of the founders. That's pretty much my role takes up. If we were to go back a couple thousand years, maybe a couple hundred, maybe somewhere along those lines, I don't know.
We've couple hundred, couple thousand,
give or take. But by the way, oh,
yes, I know that the livestock can't be replaced, but the trees can be replanted, and the logging operation itself can be moved, as inconvenient as that may be, or might have to be halted. Now, I am not unprepared to go back and ask for a rebrokering of the land agreement, something that could help benefit both parties. I'm not sure how you would feel about that.
Well, no, just for context, about a couple weeks ago, Mr. Whitney had requested for a clearance on this particular portion of the lands that apparently would break into contract with this. Granted my ignorance of this information.
Perhaps a contract should be kept in a more easy to access location for the next mayor.
If I can find such documents, if one exists on my end. However,
I'm sure they would not be opposed to getting you a copy.
Either that or, as you mentioned before, a rebrokering.
Yes,
I'll make sure that Whitney knows to halt all production as far as deforestation goes for quite some time until this mess is resolved.
Now, Old Man Habsburg has seemed to have gone missing.
Oh, that's all.
As far as I'm aware, the dragons have nothing to do with it.
Do with what?
His disappearance.
Last I knew, he left town about a couple days ago.
He went so he went fishing down the river, came back to town walking around the camp, and left town?
I didn't realize he had even gone fishing. A couple days ago, he said that he is resigning from work. Paid me a fair amount of coin as he claimed to be his portion of taxes, which I don't really do that, but... And then he said he was going to find himself another line of work westwards, which I would assume
Whitney
would be...
said he went upstream fishing. He seemingly disappeared with the fishing gear he had brought, I believe just a rod in a basket.
Whitney says a lot of things to cover up some sort of havoc or suspicions. Or
If he had
just
just told me, well, I believe the reason he thought is because Habsburg seemed to have left the boat. I retrieved the boat and brought it back. Met a couple of dragons. They interesting. Not hostile, just childish, playing with the boat, batting it back and forth.
Well, I'd like to meet with this. Squints his eyes a little bit. Sable.
I'm not sure that's the one who's there, but their person who's in your position, the current person on their end of the deal who manages their dragon sanctuary, and I'd be happy to lead you to him. Now, may I ask what the payment was for? Or actually, I might need to stop to the general town beforehand, or the general store in town beforehand. I'd
Now, do
have
I
a
give
few.
payment to you or to your employer?
Um, Typically it goes to my employer, and then I'm given a portion of it.
He'll just nod. Very well. Well, once this is all settled, I'll make sure I ship it off. No, you said you were able to show me to this individual. And he'll wipe
Yes,
his
but
mouth with the cloth that's around his neck as he finishes his plate.
first I need to stop at the general store real quick.
Very well. I've got a
Alright,
few more
Gregory,
things to do here, but if you're brief with it, I'll meet you back here.
be no more than a few minutes. I intend to sell some items I grabbed on one of my previous excursions and never registered with Izette and forgot I had entirely. And, well, I don't need them. Knowing that Izette needs to know I ever had them. Simple weapons that would just cause me weeks of paperwork for no reason at all other than, well, dumbass, you brought some weapons you got on an excursion back. They're shitty. You should know not to bring them. You shouldn't touch them. And other than pretty much making me bend over backwards not to get demoted for holding an elven bow. Which way is the general store?
It's just next door.
Thank you. Gregory's gonna head over.
Okay. So you go to the general store, and the front of the store pretty much just says Edwin's General Goods.
All right. Gregory's gonna walk.
Entering in, it makes a little jingle sound as the door pretty much knocks into like a ship bell. It'll ding as you open it. Ding as the door closes. Looks like a very basic store. It's nothing fancy. They've got all kinds of knickknacks and odds and ends. Maybe a few things on a little more rarer side, but it's more for just like literal general supplies.
Hello, my good man. Edwin, I presume.
Oh, that'll be me.
I have a few items I would like to sell. An elven bow, I believe some kind of elven arrows, and this random hammer, which is not mine.
You call that a ham?
Hammer. It's the tool you use to to hit in nails or
You'll see him like
with metal.
open a box and just put on a pair of glasses. Oh, a smacker. Okay, that's what that thing is. I'm about to say, that don't look like no piggy to me.
Alright, a smacker then. I'd just like to sell them.
What do you want for him?
The bow is of all right craftsmanship, same with the arrows. The hammer is serviceable quality. 2 gold pieces.
He'll look down at him. He'll shrug. All right, I'll take it for that. And he'll just like reach into his pocket and just the classic Avatar 2 copper pieces. It'll just hold the 2 coins between his fingers. There you go.
Thank you. He wait, were they copper pieces he got given?
No, they're gold pieces.
Okay, Gregory's gonna take his gold pieces to at least recuperate some of his
Headaches.
Yeah, some of his expenditures. And he's gonna head back to meet the mayor.
And as you're just walking, fucking redneck.
Yeah. Exactly. In fact, Gregory probably could have gotten a little bit more money, but I didn't know what was fair to ask for that shit.
You want me to be honest with you?
What?
You ripped yourself off.
God damn you, Pyro.
Honestly, like a fair trade price for an elven bow, elven arrows, and a hammer. Like the hammer alone is like 12 copper, not even. But the elven bow and the elven arrows probably could have got you 10.
God damn it.
Now you know for next time.
Yeah. Because the next time I use Gregory, it will probably be in a different in a different subset from this one, and I'll probably still have that stuff because I'm not removing it in case we do Sean's thing again. Should probably make a third Gregory sheet actually.
But you return back to Mr. Kinsby, and he's still seated, and he's got a spectacle on, very small, very fine. They're definitely reading glasses. As he's trying to review it and the paperwork that you handed him, and he's trying to make out a lot of the writing, being that it's very faded, until he notices you approaching, and he'll put the glasses back into like his little pocket in his breast. Welcome back. So, shall we?
Yep. Alright, it's a little bit of a walk. Do you need a can or anything?
And he'll just reach into his pocket and pretty much like, kind of like how the blind people sticks, how they're foldable. He'll just flick it out, and he's got like a walking stick.
Alright, seems good enough to me. Gregory's just gonna start leading the way.
So, you lead the way, and you walk with him. You pretty much take the exact same path as before. You come across your mark, and that's when you realize to turn off and go deeper into the woods. And as soon as the dragons become within eyesight, and then you are inside the sanctuary, you can see that Kinsby is like, oh, Jesus, fuck me, what the hell? This has been here for how long? Am I gonna get fed? Or how should I be the one being fed? Used to feed. Help.
So, hold on, I didn't... Where's she at? Prager's gonna look at the nearest dragon, asking Draconic, "Hey, where's the half one at?"
You'll just watch as its tail starts pointing to the cabin. Meanwhile, you're just talking to like an amethyst dragon. It's just pointing with its tail.
Prager's gonna walk towards the cabin.
As you enter the cabin, you'll see Sable kind of crouched in front of the egg as she's muttering an incantation, and the vines are growing a lot thicker and they're wrapping around it. Roll me an Arcana.
Yes, Gregory's one expertise. All right, 13 plus 9.
All right, so she's definitely doing some sort of enchantments to keep the vines alive, growing, and to keep the egg in some state of warmth for incubation. She'll hear your presence. She'll finish the incantation and the ritual. See Mr. Kinsby and just she's a little blank face of like, who the hell is this? Until she like snaps out of it. You've
Hope
returned.
you don't mind I brought the mare.
Mr. Mayor. She'll give like a little gentle nod and like a respect. You may call me Sable.
Oh,
He'll take off his hat and just like put it on his chest and nod back. Miss Sable, for I am Mr. Mr. Ered Whitney.
What?
Ered. E-R-E-D.
I thought you were Perksby. I didn't think you were Whitney.
What?
You said Whitney.
No. Mr. Ered Kinsby.
Okay, you misspoke and said Whitney.
Did I?
I'm pretty sure.
I might have combined and said kidney.
No. It definitely started with more of a W.
Yeah, Ered Kinsby.
All right.
No. Your friend here had presented me with this. And I do apologize for everything that is going on with your... Looks back at the sanctuary. Words cannot describe for comprehensible. But how would you like this resolved? Or I can make another contract and try to find a way for it to be more public record, as my ancestors clearly did not. Well, I suppose that would be more in line. Open table.
Alright, so I take it y'all might need a witness or someone to help broker the deal.
And they'll both kind of like look at you and just nod, looking back at you and each other, and just in agreement, like, yes, that would be best.
I guess that would most likely be me.
Or we could do
Seeing
this
as
the old-fashioned way and let this be more of a public joining, so the entirety of the town has one to witness, if you would be open to it.
I suppose it's more her you should be asking. I was just...
That's who he was, and then I'm gonna...
Ah.
I'm gonna have you do the persuasion roll, and I'm gonna roll an insight. +2 modifier. Because that's Kinsby's sheet.
Okay, Kinsby got a 16, I rolled a 14.
Okay. She's just going to nod softly and just think it through and then just start nodding in agreement. Says it goes from a nodding in I understand you to a nodding in I agree. You both go on ahead. I will meet you there, and I need to collect a few things for... I have not been outside the sanctuary in quite some time.
Well, I guess Kinsby and I will lead the way back to town. I did resolve the missing man issue.
Oh.
Rather, apparently he left town.
Oh.
Seems,
Well, that's comforting.
yes. And turns out he just must have just left a boat. Probably saw a dragon, got scared, said "fuck this," hop boat, hightailed it to town, and left.
Well, go on ahead. I will meet you in the town. I need to gather a few things and make sure things are in order.
We will be waiting for you.
So, Kinsby and Gregory will return back to town. They're kind of just gathered in the middle of the plaza, waiting. And an hour goes by. Kinsby is clearly growing impatient. Before long, you can begin to hear chaos erupt in the town as people begin to start screaming and running.
She came on a dragon, didn't she?
You see, off in the distance, a fairly decent-sized gold dragon that is being rode by an individual bearing gold-scaled armor, a helmet on that's covering their face, with sable behind them.
Ooh. Ugh.
The dragon will
They
land.
couldn't have just walked. God damn it.
The dragon
God.
will land in the middle of the plaza. The individual will hop down, help Sable down, and approach Kinsby. The dragon immediately just lays down and curls up like a cat. And the individual wearing the armor and Sable approach yourself and Kinsby.
Was that necessary? You just scared the shit out of so many townspeople.
Well, at least they will know what is going on, and at least we're a little bit transparent, and that's their suspicions are correct.
I guess that's one way to look at it, but seems like causing needless panic that could be completely unbeneficial to both parties. Now, normally I am all one for chaos and violence, but I was sent here to be not those things this time, so I will control that.
Well, she'll look to Kinsby. I assume you have a way to gather up a public gathering? Yes. And he will reach into one of his pockets to look at a pocket watch, and he'll click it 3 times before closing it. He'll wait about another minute or two before almost like a ringtone notification goes off that just kind of echoes throughout the town, and people begin to come out of their huts very cautiously. They gather a decent, like, 50 to 100 feet away from the dragon and Sable and yourself and Kinsby, but eventually the whole town is gathered. You can hear Whitney off in the distance. This better be fucking good, Kinsby. I've got money to make. Oh, shit.
You're a dumbass. It's a gold dragon. How can you not see it?
Well, you see him, like, walking from the camp, and he's like, Kinsby, this better be good. He finally pushes himself into the front of the line and sees the dragon. Oh, shit.
Jesus.
Kinsby will kind of just clap his hands, stomp his foot, do a little dance, and then suddenly a podium will just come out of the ground, like one of the bricks literally just like slides up into a podium. He steps up, and then magically you have no idea how, but suddenly his voice is like 6 times louder for the whole town to hear. Ladies and gentlemen, young and old, for those curious of the unfortunate occurrences, as you see in front of you, not the cause, but a cause. Dragons. It has been brought to my attention we unfortunately, ignorantly, and unknowingly have broken an age-old contract of our ancestors' signings, of which we have no knowledge of existence. Until today, it has been brought to our knowledge for our wrongdoings that these were merely warnings of perhaps undoings. Our friend here, luckily, was enough to step up to the plate and help educate both sides of our story. Miss Sable here, the groundskeeper of what apparently is a dragon sanctuary that holds home to many alike. Many, many years ago, possibly several hundred beyond my ancestors, more than likely of this town's foundings, an agreement was made for deforestation limitations to keep the dragons isolated and their habitats healthy and homey. We are gathered here all today to witness a rewriting of this agreement on my behalf, being the representation of our town, and Miss Sable bearing representation of her sanctuary. So, let this be known that as of today, where the tree line lands upon the west side of our people is where it will stay for later years to come, until death do the sanctuary part. For as long as the sanctuary lives on, that tree line is to be untouched, the sanctuary untouched, and the dragons unbothered. As written in the previous agreements, that the river line and the water lines may be used for fishing, hunting, and water collection, but bear not to be intruding upon the sanctuary. In return, dragons will stay in them to selves, and bear only assistance to us if requested in dire times, such as droughts or famine. As you all bear witness to my ink growing upon this parchment, it will also be known that many copies of this document will be made, so that for the generations to come, this incident will not arise another time. For those that have any objection, Whitney, put your hand down. Speak now,
I can
forever
take
hold
his
your
hand
peace.
off.
I'm surprised he didn't start laughing when I said, Whitney, put your hand down.
I said, as Gregory, I said I can take his hand off.
Right, but I'm surprised I didn't catch you laughing or something like that, because that was my intention.
I mean, it's pretty funny, but as you know, I'm not one to laugh much.
So, there's lots of murmuring and there's lots of discussion amongst as Hugh patiently waits, but eventually turns into no one objecting, and the dragon remains napping. There will come a point where a small child will like run up to the dragon and try to like give it a hug around its neck, and the dragon will just perch its head up, look down at the child with like very uninterested eyes. And the kid will just start crying back to its mom before it just lays its head down like an uninterested cat. And then Kingsby will take out a quill, dip it in an inkwell, sign his name. Sable will, in due turn, he will hand the feather to you.
Gregory will sign his name. And Gregory just has a mononym. He is just Gregory. So he just either signs his name as Gregory or signs his like whole professional title.
And then he will hand it to the soldier, to which will then write his name upon the parchment. And then Kingsby will pretty much continue on his speech, carrying on about the new days to come. And then, very slowly, the gathering will disperse. Sable and Kingsby will have a discussion amongst themselves. Warrior will come up to you. So what's your deal in all this? Or are you just stuck in the middle of it like I am?
It's similar to yours, but more the people who I work for, or well, the people who I work for, their bosses, the people above them got sent messages, got all the way down the ladder. I got delegated to go come out here, and then I ended up just getting stuck in the middle of it.
You got put as gopher boy.
Yep. And I wasn't allowed to bring any of my fun toys either. Probably a good thing getting something stupid would have happened when I first saw those dragons.
Oh, you're gonna want this. He's gonna hand you a dragon bone ice fang dagger.
I get that in loot.
In loot? Alright.
Yeah, because I haven't made the third Craigery sheet yet. What is this for?
Just in case.
Just in case, what?
You're into problems. You never know when you're gonna need a weapon.
Fair enough, but I usually got these around here. Craigery's gonna take one of his axes, and throw it just past Whitney's head, only for it to reappear in his hand a few seconds later, before it hits anyone. Decided it'd be good to make sure my only weapons don't tend to stay with not me.
Understandable. I'm guessing it's my time to take Miss Sable home. Not like I've got much else to do. But it's nice to get Yashamar off her paws.
The dragons have paws. I thought they were feet.
Paws, feet, claws, talons, whatever the hell you want to call them.
Oh wait, are you one of the High Council?
High Council itself, no. I consider myself a middleman between them. I report to the High Council in representation of the sanctuary of which I am stationed.
Well, Gregory's gonna produce a piece of paper. This is a card with information of how to get to to me directly and my bosses. As I've never seen so many dragons in one place, I did have a bit of nature. Most of my associates not at all anything like me when it comes to the nature of study. They don't like to make things that go boom. They just like to collect and catalog information. I was wondering if, in some sort of possible trade for resources, that some of the Azet researchers could come to study the dragons, merely just observe and watch their capabilities.
Not my call, but I'll pass it up on my next travel.
That, that is my exact reasoning for giving you the card. Is after this is done, I'm probably heading back. Gonna have to file out a mountain of paperwork for bringing a new weapon back. But seeing as it's some specific given to me, they shouldn't take it. I can't imagine.
If that gets taken, I'm gonna be very, very upset.
It wouldn't be gone. It would just be cataloged into the armory and something I would have to grab on my way out. Most weapons are not allowed within the facility, though. The only reason I get my hand axes is because they're in my gear kit, and they're my weapons I have permission to. If anything, it'll probably just end up in a stand on my desk, most likely. They don't take things that they would consider non-weapons, and well, the only reason my axes are weapons is because I've put some mild enchantments on them. They're barely weapons by the standards of where I'm from. Enchanted dagger, I imagine it's enchanted or even just general magic. It's a dime a dozen to us, really. They should just let me keep it with no questions asked after I fill out the proper paperwork. Well, it's gonna be a pain.
Well, good luck with that.
So, might get a nice promotion out of the information of there are dragons around here and the possibility of a deal. Any way that we could potentially contact you? Or
So, as the Dragoon will part himself from the conversation, giving farewells, mount Yashmar and help Sable back onto the dragon itself, lift off and take off into the woods. Needless to say, this one also smacks into one of the trees, and you just hear the Dragoon swearing up a storm and just like cussing up the dragon.
Is he swearing in Draconic?
Yes.
Hell yeah. Gregory understands every word and just laughs to himself.
You stupid fuck. First Yakiza, then you. What next? You're just gonna smack yourself into the ocean? And then you literally watch as the dragon just scorpion tail bonks the fucking Draguna.
I imagine the guy just goes flying for a few seconds before getting grabbed with the tail.
No, just straight, just bonk, just whack.
Gregory is just laughing.
Well, it appears thanks are in order. I will have I'll have my workers provide payments for your employer. And as for yourself, you may have the rest of your day as you please within my town. Eat as your heart desires, rest as you please, as you wish until you depart.
I'll probably be heading back home. I've got a project to catch back up on. I killed a day or two getting here, a day and a half here so far, and my projects should not, as my bosses know, usually be left half finished. They're already not very stable when finished. Be nice if I could get some damn supplies the right way, but getting class 1 researchers as my assistant makes just about everyone under me complete dumbass. Ain't got anyone with any brains in this skull.
Well, I do appreciate you coming down here with your friends and resolving this issue in a non-violent manner, as it makes it a lot easier for myself, my people, and as well as our estates.
Yeah. And Gregory produces from a different pocket within his coat. If you or your townsfolk ever find themselves in need of a weapon against, not dragons per se, as it seems you have a large horde of friendly dragons in case anyone that would be against you. So you would merely just need defense against other creatures. My personal connection line for the information of how to get to my department of Isaac research facilities, weapons research, and how to get in contact with some of our dealers. And some payment plan info on there.
He'll accept the
ask,
business card and just like stuff it away in one of his pockets that you recognize to be where the glasses are.
If they ever ask how you got all that information, you totally went through all the proper channels, and I totally didn't say fuck protocol. All that shit should be on like 18 different cards that you got to go through 43 different people to get, and just have it so you had the Isaac research facility general management card, which is stupid. People are trying to buy weapons or buy other materials that can fund our researches. I don't see why they should have to go through all that. I didn't give it to you.
Heard, it's literally just an automated call system tree branch.
No. It's 20 separate people who are all in like, imagine Futurama levels of bureaucracy. And
I've never seen Futurama, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay, so the bureaucracy of the central bureaucracy, they can have a person waiting in line from birth till death to try and get a birth certificate or a death certificate. They have a guy who's like, yeah, of course I know where central filing is. But I'm not allowed to tell you. What do I look like, a grade 16? Just like, and they're like grade 17 or 18 or whatever, and it's just ridiculous. It's like red tape upon red tape upon red tape. And Craigery and almost everyone in the weapons research branch is known for violating it flagrantly to all different degrees of it. Craigery merely just believes, fuck making everyone go through a million hoops to sign up to become an Isaac researcher. Fuck making everyone go through a million loops to buy from buy from like the weapons manufacturer and the other types of equipment they would have, like farming and stuff. Just let them buy. Make it so they need special shit to get certain types of weapons. But yeah, Gregory just says, fuck bureaucracy. I'm done. I'm over it. They can just buy the weapons. I don't care.
But yeah, that's the module.
That was pretty fun. Gregory's gonna head out on his way.
So, fun fact. Congratulations, you have found the sanctuary that is presented in the Chronicles of Dracuna.
Nice. Gregory has now officially been there. Also, I guess technically it's all not Izet, it's whatever the Izet equivalent would be, because that's from one of the 5e books. Because Gregory's made only using official materials because of Sean.
Random question. How do you spell Izet?
It might be Ezet, but I like to imagine Gregory doesn't know how to pronounce it right, because
How is it spelled?
Hold on. Izzet.
You know what's funny as fuck?
What?
In Magic the Gathering, it's pronounced is it, and it is what the color pairing of blue and red is.
So Gregory is I believe it's Izet engineer. And literally he's literally known for making weapons that should not be allowed to be made because they are, one, either too deadly, or two, just what the fuck's the point of this? He once made a gun that fires a boxing glove because someone pissed him off, but it opens a portal in front of the glove about halfway through its maximum extension and punches that same person in the genitals. And because he can't directly retaliate against his superiors, he's like, no, you just interrupted me in the middle of my demonstration of my weapon. It's a decoy weapon.
Now because of you, I now have to explain to why an entire city has been decimated.
That's also Gregory's life.
But yeah, this is pretty, you got the good ending. There's like 4 different endings to this module that I've made. And I pretty much took the basis of a module I found online called the Forest of Forgotten Dragons and made it my own thing. So pretty much everything that I presented is written the same way. But I changed a lot of the word, like it's the Dragon Sanctuary, and then I broadened what happened.
I see. So, had I actually gotten to the point of developing the backup character Gregory, where I had asked for specials, I might have had a really dumb special, which might have allowed for a really dumb thing to happen for Gregory to do. He might have been able to have a couple of items that would have just been really stupid. Because my thought for what Gregory's special would be, he has like 2 very specifically modded bags of holding that both carry large weapon tables. He has no clue what either of them are. He only knows that he has them. He only knows he has about 100 weapons in each of them, ranging from anywhere of completely useless and doesn't work at all to most busted weapon in the game. And I was gonna ask if you would help design at least one weapons table that would just be for a bag of holding. He has no idea what's in it.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. I gotta fucking generate fucking 30-something odd bags of holding.
I'm sorry, what?
So, my party on Wednesday sessions finally found their equipment. So, long story short, they died, their souls were forced back into their body, and they pretty much came back to life in the middle of a morgue right before they were all cremated. Their inventories were essentially stripped from them, and they pretty much only had what was left that they can grab. They found their inventories in an evidence area. One of the players, who were stupidly stubborn, decided that if they can't pick the lock, if they can't pry open the crate, they are just going to brute force smash open this fucking box. To which he did, like, damn well over 200 fucking points of damage because he dumped every piece of fucking buff he can into smashing this open because he's that stubborn of, I'm getting more shit. He has a fucking tendency to try to hoard shit more than a goddamn dragon. So I just pretty much made it to, like, yeah, you find a bunch of, like, you find 60 bags of holding, each labeled with a different name, belonging to a different individual that is possibly living or dead and is easily marked as evidence holding for review. Cool. I'm taking some and distributing it among the party. So there's how much of us? Okay, so yeah, of the 60, so every party member gets 5 random-ass bag of holding. Why do I allow this?
God.
All right, I guess this is happening.
Because you don't say no often enough, and that's how we get Kana doing some bullshit.
Well, here's the problem, though. So I tried to say no by dealing over 40 points of lightning damage in retaliation, him trying to pick the lock and pry it open.
Sometimes it's best to just directly say no.
I've tried. It's like, this dude is still on the hunt for a flamethrower because I hinted that maybe later on in the campaign he might come across one because, well, they exist in this particular mirror world they're in where the world runs on blood. It's Zithria. It's a bloodpunk themed world that I'm running, a module I bought, and B, a way to fill in, like, 25 years of missing lore in my world's timeline. So any opportunity he can, despite being level 7, tries to find a flamethrower. It's like, bro, you already have a repeating rifle, a blunderbuss, and an arcane-fed sniper rifle.
Man, all the things Gregory would want. Also, I imagine Gregory would live further along in the timeline in your universe.
Typically for anything that's like one-shot based, or like this particular one-shot would take place before the Great War, like maybe by a handful of years, before the Cult of the Dragon finally rose up to power and brainwashed / persuaded the dragons to become the way that they canonically are.
I have to find your timeline.
So the way where you guys are right now in Legend of the Crystals is pretty much like several hundreds of years before the Great War, because it initially goes the dawn of time. So pretty much like the creation day, or as I call it, day 0, and then you have day 0, and you have the birth of the founder. So pretty much when the founder of Arcane was born.
So what I see is Age 0, Age of the Unknown Darkness, Legend of the Crystal, Empty, the Dragon Sanctuary, Rise of Modurkirch.
So instead of like the Rise of Tiamat, it's Rise of Morder. because that is my version of Tiamat, the true mother of dragons.
Temple, the Dragon Queen.
Also Mordor.
Flander.
Pretty much like how the Eldritch War is a DLC to the Crystals. Temple of the Dragon Queen is pretty much the same thing.
Well, no, there's Mordark's Temple, the Dragon Queen as separate instances.
They're the same thing, but different like timelines. Not timelines, but split stories. So, Temple of the Dragon Queen is, long story short, the fineness. So you have Rise of Mordor, which is her being reborn because the Cult of the Dragon has revived her and brought her back into the mortal plane.
I'm pinning this.
Temple of the Dragon Queen is the reconstruction of it.
So which one is where is the Great War? And looking at the timeline I'm talking to you about.
So let me look at the timeline real quick that you pinned. So pinned messages. So Day 0, Age of the Unknown Darkness. So Age of the Unknown Darkness is pretty much the equivalent to Birth of the Founder. It's same time period. Same time period. Legend of the Crystals, self-explanatory. The Dragon Sanctuary, you caught a glimpse of it. Rise of Mordark, pretty much the equivalent to Rise of Tiamat, the Cult of the Dragon, revive her, this and that. Mordark's Temple is pretty much the equivalent to the Tyranny of Dragons campaign module for 5e, where pretty much the party is trying to hunt down her to either sway or annihilate. The temple is the literal entire module is the adventure once you get to that point.
Okay.
So Rise of, so it's, imagine this. I'll put it to you this way: Rise of Mordarsk is, Cult of the Dragon have revived her. You're literally fighting through the Cult of the Dragon to get to her. You've gotten to her, so now you have Mordarsk's Temple. The entire module is literally you going through the temple and either going out and going back in, but it's you adventuring the temple to find her. The Dragon Queen is you found her, and now it's literally a whole module worth of, if you don't outright slay her and trying to, like, how can we get you to break off from the cult, or what do we need to do to stop the cult? Because Mordarsk is the epitome of neutral. She's just working for the cult, just in fear for her children.
So the Dragoon are like the opposite of the cult.
The Dragoona are literally the opposite of the cult. They are the ones that started the Draconic War, which is literally the Dragoona versus the cult. The Dragoona are dragon warriors that are meant to protect, serve, and live beside the dragon. Whereas the Cult of the Dragon are cultists that believe that dragons should be brought back to the way they used to be in terms of power. They have, for the longest time, been looked as the material beast version of the gods. So, like in our world, we have Satan as the devil, the epitome of evil, the prince of darkness. We have the upside down cross as his symbol, and then the goat as his bestial.
That's St. Peter's cross.
You get my point.
Yes.
But yeah, with each divine entity of either dark or light, they have themselves a symbol and a bestial representation, which for Satan is the goat. The dragons of the variant colors, metals, gems, whatever, has been seen to be the bestial appearance, or at least was interpreted to be the bestial appearance of the gods and goddesses. And Cult of the Dragon wants to bring them back to that level of power where they were the leaders of the world, essentially. But they're trying to sway them in a way of communism where the dragons favor the cults more and fuck everyone else. It's either
so communism, but the dragons, the cults are the dictatorship in the communist dictatorship. Got it.
And the dragons are Stalin. Because they'll kill their own kind.
The dragon's the puppet. Maybe it's Stalin. Sounds more like a puppet, though.
Empty, self-explanatory. Valendra's Vengeance is the Great War. Valendra's Vengeance is just the name of the campaign, and it takes place during the Great War.
So would these people at this time have rifles, guns, and all that shit?
And during Valendra's Vengeance, that's when you have everything you have now, which is the flintlock guns and the arcane shots. During Valendra's Vengeance, you also have the repeater rifles of arcane shot and other artificer contraptions that are the equivalents of a gun, but not necessarily a gun.
So good. Craigery's at the perfect time then, because Craigery makes experimental weapons.
Craigery would be so let's, because right now you're at the Dragon Sanctuary timeline, years ahead after the Dragon Queen has subsided, at least for the one shot.
You said it be around the Great War, which means I can't really use Craigery as my backup character, because Craigery.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is the one shot is literally the Dragon Sanctuary, but the Dragon Sanctuary campaign is a different time period before Mordor's. But the one shot takes place after all of that has happened, and is right before the Great War. So where all the items that you're wanting to get your hands on is either in invention or literally have been invented but is very low in stock. It's like an experimental weapon that is being tested and experimented with. Adventures in Zithria.
So Craigery would be in the perfect time there, because Craigery would just be like,
exactly.
Let me see if I can make a rocket launcher, Craigery.
Adventures in Zithria is the adventure that I'm running in with my Wednesday group, which is they went to a mirror world to save Zalar and end up having to deal with a bunch of blood cultists and bullshit like that. Arcadium Arcane Foundry is pretty much when Arcane begins to surpass the level of dimensional transport, and people have found a way to pretty much break the limits of planar travel. And
so that's when they would have like spelljammers and shit.
Yeah. Valendra Returns, the Second Great War. Speaks for itself. Return to Zithria. I have my reasons. Melding Worlds. That's a campaign when it speaks. The title speaks for itself. Is when all the planes pretty much meld into one massive calamity of one world. How similar to how the spell plague happened in the Forgotten Realms, all the planes pretty much were forced to exist in a singular plane, and this world had gone to fucking shit, and to the point where not even the founders can fix this level of a fuck up, and are literally working with all the planes and its people to try to figure out how can we diverse the planes once more. Blood Rain is pretty much when Zithria and Zetithia meld permanently, and blood magic is now a permanent. It's permanently in the world. There's no getting rid of it.
So is Brino from Zithria?
Brynel is from Zetethia.
Okay, I was just wondering because he is a blood mage.
So Blood Mage has existed before Zithria. Zithria is pretty much is another plane, but is a mirror world to where before divine magic was founded came blood magic. Annihilation of existence is pretty much when melding worlds and blood rain happens. The Zetethia is no longer inhabitable, and shit then goes out into space and pretty much becomes Warhammer 40k.
Ah, that's kind of lame.
Like Annihilation of Existence is essentially a campaign that I am trying to experiment with, where essentially the idea is the world is no longer inhabitable. The worlds have melded so far together that there's too much fuck up to undo. The keepers can't even undo it. Zetethia is left uninhabitable, and existence is evacuated off the planet, and now they're pretty much planet hopping to find the next inhabitable world. And so it pretty much has become my space campaign.
Let's see. So, another thing about just a couple specific things about your world, or about certain variations of characters of mine in your world.
Mm-hmm.
One, the thing about Victor no longer has the clones. That's an exclusive to my universe
we spoke
thing.
about that.
Also, I was gonna say, you actually have the weakest version of the Alchemist.
Yeah, you mentioned that before.
Okay. Also, just Gallows. Gallows in my universe still is just evil timeline Jack. Yours is guy who looks like Jack who starts a cult to manipulate Jack's image. Though weirdly, they both have the same cult. Though other proper Jack Gallows don't have or don't start their cult. They kind of inherit it from killing their father, who's also evil. Or well, their adoptive father.
Yeah, right now, Joe and Daniel, so pretty much the Chronicles of the Draguna take place during the Dragon Sanctuary timeline. After Legend of the Crystals and whatever is before that, leading into the Dragon Sanctuary. I haven't posted it yet, but at the current session we're at with the Chronicles of the Draguna, the Great Dragon, there's already word of Mordosk being back to life. That she is pretty much hibernating in her temple. But then again, at the same time, the Chronicles of the Draguna, the Great Dragon, that particular timeline that they're in with their characters is the result of a certain happening of a campaign that's been done behind camera. This was when Zetson was still part of the group. I ran the same thing I ran with you tonight, and they wanted to continue the story. They thought it was great, but they also had a different thing. So in that particular campaign, they ran Whitney as was a what are the fuck they called
Druid.
Rakshasa. Whitney was Whitney was a Rakshasa that was manipulating. He knew about the sanctuary, and he was working with the cult and essentially wanted to annihilate the sanctuary, and was using Kinsby's ignorance and trust of just, oh, I'm going to present you with this, it'll help the town, stroke of a pen, I'm now allowed to do it. And he was pretty much going to deforest the entirety of the forest until it hit the sanctuary, deliberately antagonizing the dragons until it got to the point where pretty much poking the bear until a fight happens, and then boy cried wolf, help, 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 I'm being attacked, and next thing you know, you got the whole town guards killing all these dragons that had been provoked.
Yep.
The party kills Whitney, and his death causes... So they take they celebrate, and hey, we got this, the sanctuary's safe, everyone knows about it, similar to how you guys did, the new pact is made. They hire Winter as their party cleric. They wake up the next morning, fuck all has any remembrance of the sanctuary, of Whitney, any occurrences, business as usual, as if yesterday didn't exist. So, curious, they start looking for literal documentation of Whitney. They come up with nothing, as if Whitney doesn't fucking exist. So they beeline it to the fucking sanctuary. The sanctuary doesn't exist. And it's not until they start searching around that they slowly realize they're in a different timeline, like fucking something changed the events, as if someone went to the past and fiddled with it, and now they're in the events of if that happens. Type of butterfly effect. Because when they killed Whitney, the next dawn, the world changed as if Whitney never existed. So with that, the sanctuary didn't exist near Edgewood. None of this shit happened. Business as usual. And now they are in a timeline that they must correct. And now they're pretty much on a hunt to find Whitney to undo the undoing. And it's a bunch of time manipulation thing, because the Rakshasa that took on the alias of Whitney is literally embedding his soul in a time stone, so that every time he dies, the alias that he takes on, when he dies, the time stone snips it from reality, and time changes as if that character never existed.
What the hell is a Rakshasa?
They are a tiger creature that is a very manipulative, magic strong Rakshasa. Rakshasa are a dignified race of duplicacious outsiders that are mostly dwelt on the material plane. They are reveled as devious sorcerers, political puppeteers, and thought as in the embodiment of evil. Their true form has never been seen due to their ability to assume almost any humanoid figure, but their lavish taste ensured that they are mostly wearing the finest garment and precious jewelry money can obtain. Their true forms were most commonly humanoid, with the heads of tigers and the luxurious fur to match their attire, although it is not unusual for them to possess the heads and features of carnivorous apes, crocodiles, or mantises, with the high rankings of Rakshasa rumored to have multiple heads. Another of their identifying features are their reversed hands, the palms of the Rakshasa facing out from the body when the arms were at rest, and their finger joints bent backwards to grasp manipulating objects. So, like how you have to hold your hands for the back of your palm to face you, and your palm is facing outwards, like you're going to touch something. That is how their hand is normally. Like the way that's facing is how it's facing when they are reversing their hand. So naturally, when their hands are at their side, their palms are outwards.
That's interesting.
And essentially, they puppet anything for aristocratic or royalty to find a way to benefit themselves in ways to pretty much just make them more powerful. They have no definitive secret or will that they wish to elaborate on, but they do certainly have a way with magic to be extremely manipulative and persuasive they can almost always get what they want, one way, shape, or form, whether it be through natural persuasion and deception or the force of magic usage. And if that doesn't work, I'm going to kill you trying.
Alright.
So the campaign that's being ran in the Chronicles of the Dragoon and the Great Dragon is a timeline that was made after the events of the Dragon Sanctuary. So after they killed Whitney the first time, Whitney in quotes, and the world had been changed as if Whitney didn't exist, that is the timeline of which Chronicles of the Dragoon and the Grey Dragon exist. And after that campaign ends is when the Rakshasa taking the alias as Whitney will be killed a second time, reversing as if he didn't exist and changing the timeline again. And pretty much the way that that particular story, by the way, that's not the canon Dragon Sanctuary, that's just a variation. But pretty much that campaign, the way it's written is they keep killing this Rakshasa multiple times, and every time they do it, the alias they take the role as, the next dawn, is snipped from existence, as if the world didn't have that particular creature in existence. So the world is now changed to fit that timeline. Until they can finally find the time stone and destroy it, releasing all the souls of the aliases they have taken and killed, and bringing them back as the way the aliases were portrayed and not manipulated as, to restore it to the proper Zetethian timeline.
I see. I'm gonna head out. I'm tired.
Yeah, I think it's time to kill the stream anyway. We're already sitting at about a little over 4 hours. 4 hours and almost 3 minutes.
Alright, I will